It's an awesome race. Yeah, I think there's a good variety of courses. Like the uphill TT is pretty unique, and then the two long road races are awesome.
I know that it's sanctioned now, so we see a lot of pro racers coming in. It's one of the places to race in the U.S. now.
It's a great race. Last year was very well put together. All the courses were a lot of fun. We really enjoyed being here, so looking forward to coming back again, hopefully next year.
It's one of the best races, stage races in the country.
Train here is really tough. A rider here who does well has the prestige of winning at a tough race course. So it just proves their ability, and it's a real resume boost for those guys wanting to go, say, to a Tour de France team. They've won here. Well, they're showing their capability to be the best in the world. And this is a UCI race, part of the international race calendar. So some of the riders who aren't from the U.S. are still trying to make their Olympic team. So there's special points for qualifying for the Olympics through cycling that they can get here. This is a rolling circus. It's like an amoeba, you know. It swarms and moves and very organic.
You know, hard course, big fields, great city, good atmosphere, kind of all comes together.
Day 2 of the virtual Joe Martin stage race as we head to the Mount Sequoyah Road Race. Brad Soner here with Frankie Andreu and Phil Stevens as we get ready for the second day of racing here after a short time trial yesterday. Guys, I know you're both familiar with this course here, but Phil, I want to start with you because this race today is significantly different from what we saw yesterday. Just under 3 miles yesterday. Today, we're going over 70K for the Mount Sequoyah Road Race. What's this one like? Where's this one usually shake out?
This is actually a long day for everyone. We start middle of the day and people go out on the course and we don't see them back in town till late in the evening. And it comes into Mount Sequoyah Woods, this mountaintop on the edge of town. And it's got that Devil's Den finish at the end after the long time out on the road. Now they go back actually out towards Devil's Den. They go through an area called Hell's Kitchen, which is like 27% grade. There's just all kinds of up and down, roly-poly, and lumpy terrain to get through before you even get to the end, trying to crawl up to the finish in Mount Sequoyah Woods, which is sort of an old religious college-type campus with buildings all around. So you come into this crowd of people in the buildings at the end. It's really pretty dramatic.
Well, some serious racing on tap today and a serious field contesting this one as we have built up the Echelon Racing League roster week after week after week here in the Echelon Racing League. Let's take a look at where things stand going into let's see, what is our 5th weekend of racing. Matt Usborne moving into the overall lead, knocking Ben Thomas down into 2nd place with Charlie Revel sitting in 3rd. Now, Frankie, this is a change at the top of the leaderboard because Thomas has been the series leader for most of the season. Just when Matt Usborne finally gets a stage win and moves to the top of the leaderboard, he struck with an injury, so Usborne is out this weekend. That means that Thomas has a chance to come back and overtake the lead again.
Yeah, Thomas has been super strong leading up to this event, and so he's come back with a vengeance, winning the Joe Martin time trial, which was yesterday. Before that, he struggled a little bit in a couple of the races, and that's where Matt Usborne really was able to collect a lot of great points to be able to come past him, especially in the Redlands race. And so now with Usborne not feeling as good as he should, Brad, Ben Thomas has a good chance to take over that overall lead again.
Well, Thomas was our winner yesterday. Now, Ben Thomas with Team Tour 2000 moving his team into second place in the team competition. The Insured, presented by Pedal Power team, still sitting at the top with a pretty comfortable lead. 379 points for them to Team Tour 2000's 324. And then a good battle between Restart Racing and the Above and Beyond Cancer team down in third and fourth as well, with the Canyon Barbarian squad sitting in fifth place in the team competition. All right, before we get into live racing for today on Stage 2, let's go back and take a look at the individual time trial yesterday for Stage 1 of the virtual Joe Martin stage race, as the guys got ready for their 30-second interval starts on what would be the shortest stage of the 2021 Echelon Racing League. Again, at just under about 3 kilometers. Bruce Bird setting an early fast time, one of the fastest intermediate times at 5:09. Now, remember, there were 2 start opportunities for the riders. The European riders had a different time slot than the North American-based riders, so we were watching the North Americans yesterday. Charlie Velez, another very good intermediate time. He is a great short format rider, so he's had some really good results this season in the Echelon Racing League. But in the end, it is Ben Thomas who got the most out of this course in the early session, starting about 6 hours before these guys. So these riders had the advantage of having a little bit of a benchmark that they could work towards. But Charlie Velez absolutely burying himself. That put him inside the top 5. So a solid ride for Velez on the day, but it was really all about Ben Thomas yesterday. So Frankie, Thomas in a very good scenario going into the last 2 days of racing here in the Joe Martin stage race.
Yeah, it bodes really good for Ben Thomas. I mean, he's got to be super psyched about his performance. I mean, winning time at 8 minutes and 51 seconds, averaging 6.72 watts per kilogram, and Charlie Velez finishing second, only 4 seconds back, and then Charlie Beek at 10 seconds back. Now, Charlie Beek is one that you got to watch out for with Team Tour 2000. You can see his teammate right behind him, Alec Jones. These guys are going to be dangerous, and I have a feeling today we could maybe see a breakaway go up the road. At least that's what I'm going to be looking for.
It is Ben Thomas' race to lose for sure. The other thing is that now he's got a target on his back. I mean, certainly a different scenario when you move down into second place, but he moved himself right back into the crosshairs yesterday by winning that individual time trial and sort of putting him back on the leaderboard, especially with the absence of Oosborne out there today. So Thomas, I think, is in the driver's seat today for Team Tour 2000, presented by Callis. But plenty of strong riders, plenty of strong teams going to be looking to bring that one back. All right, we are just about 2 minutes away from race start. Let's take a look one more time at the course heading into today with our Velo Viewer course profile here. We talked a little bit about it with Bill earlier at the top of the show, but Frankie, I want to go through the flyover here and talking about the distance on the road race here today. Significantly different, Frankie. I mean, a 3 kilometer time trial versus 70K road race. This is basically an entirely different sport that we're looking at today.
Yeah, you're going to be recruiting those slow twitch fibers. You're going to need some endurance here. It's going to be over 2 hours on the indoor trainer, 73 kilometers in length. So that makes it a long day on the bike. And, you know, it's rolly. It's not flat until that uphill finish. But that's what's going to be different here. This is going to be a mountaintop finish as they have to go up Mount Sequoyah. And the bottom part of the climb is the steeper part of the climb. That's going to be the critical factor. It graduates out a little bit before they get to the finish line after 73K of racing.
Phil, talk to me about road surface, road conditions for most of this one. Is there room to move around out on the road between the start and finish line?
Yeah, we're talking about, Fayetteville. They're known for their great roads and not a lot of traffic. Once you get out of the college town, university town, it's rural. So good roads for the most part, except for near Devil's Den, where it's a little windy and twisty, and you get closed in with some of the forested landscape. But yeah, I think there's definitely room to maneuver.
All right, just about ready to... All right, just about 20 seconds to our first riders taking off here. Now, Frankie, we always talk about the start, the importance of a good start in this one. Certainly, same thing applies here. These guys will be ratcheting up the power here early on, trying to get that as high as they can as we take the start.
Yeah, even though it's going to be like a 2-hour race, it's 500 watts at the beginning. You have to make sure that you're able to stay with the first group and stay in contact. You don't want to get off the back immediately. And you can see riders already struggling in the back, unless that's some of our camera bots. But very tough. You can see everybody in the red, 7 watts per kilogram out of the saddle, trying to keep up. And then once things settle down, this will have to take place for probably about a minute. Things will settle down, and then you'll be able to kind of find your spot in that group, be able to stay in the draft, and take advantage of saving watts for a little bit later on in the race.
Well, we always say not going to win the race here, but certainly a good chance to lose it early on. If you lose contact with this group on RGT, that's pretty much the end of the race for you. It is incredibly important to stay in that draft and make sure that you stay in contact with the group.
Pretty large group also. This is a super turnout for Joe Martin stage race. About 45 riders on the start line. Had a good turnout yesterday for the time trial. I think some guys had some technical difficulties, and I think maybe they were able to get in today. As we take a look at here at Cyclocross, 311 watts. So that's not so bad. 311, 320. That's able to sit on, be able to save some power. You can pay attention to kind of their watt savings on that left-hand side of the screen. It'll show you how many watts they're saying. If we go back up here to Charlie Ravel, who seems to be pushing out. But again, the rolling course, and maybe, a long way to go, but I could see a few guys getting away in a breakaway.
Yeah, Charlie Revel, absolutely a threat here on the front. He's one of those riders that's willing to risk it to try to get into a move, try to get something going. He's also got one of the best Pain Cave camera setups, I think, of any rider out there. He gives us 2 views. He's got the LED lights going. He's got the logos, the sponsor, the branding. He's got the mic. Charlie's got the setup, man. We should have this guy broadcasting our races.
That's a lot of multiple screens that I see right there. It's 4 screens that he's able to take a look at. It's pretty incredible. And another thing to remember, Charlie Ravel, super strong rider. He's on Team Tour 2000, and right now they're occupying the top 3 places on general classification. So perhaps maybe setting some tempo, trying to keep things together, setting up an attack for later on. But normally in virtual racing, we don't really see a lot of team tactics. We might be seeing that in this race, especially because of the distance.
Yeah, Phil, how does this one normally shake out? I mean, do we normally see sort of an early stage breakaway that stays away for most of the day and then gets reeled in, or is it a group that stays away? What's the day usually like?
Well, the good part is we've had Devil's Den to sort of put a pecking order on the teams and set some riders and priorities as far as who to watch and who to go after. So a lot of times the bigger teams try and get some sort of breakaway going, and the leader tries to defend their lead and not spend too much energy.
The $1 million question or attempt not to spend too much energy. Easier said than done, obviously, and even tougher in virtual racing. As these guys work out the physics, try to work out the game, the platform, how to play.
A little bit different also is, Joe Martin stage race normally is a 4-day stage race. And Phil, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the 2 road races usually come first, and then it's the time trial, and then it's the criterium. Or what order do the races go in?
The last few years, it's been the time trial first to set the order and let teams have, a team leader, someone to work for to keep in the GC or the young riders jersey, or those kind of motivations throughout the race. So time trial first, then the 2 road races, and then try and finish up and defend or take apart a few people in the criterion.
But pretty similar to what we're having here with the time trial yesterday with Ben
Correct.
Thomas taking that lead. So that'll be, so it'll be interesting to see how Team Tour 2000 handles this, as we're taking a look here at Christopher Navin, as Melville is the rider on the front. Frank Kundov doing a good job following right there in 2nd or 3rd place. So everybody marking each other right now. Project Echelon, Inshore, Pedal Power. Those are the riders in those light green kind of jerseys. I guess you could call them teal jerseys that are riding near the front of the group.
Speaking of teal jerseys, if you want to get your own spectator jersey, check out wearenations.com. Every team has their web shop up now, and you can get t-shirts, hats, hoodies, all kinds of cool stuff for your favorite team racing in the Echelon Racing League. We got to get Bilko his own line of clothing in there. I know Frankie and I are working on our own lines of hats and hoodies, so Phil, we'll try and get something for you in there. You have any catchphrases or anything you want on your merch?
Just Bell Lap, 1 lap to go.
There you
Something
go.
like that would be great.
I like it. You get to keep 50% of the proceeds. We got the same team that same deal that the teams got. So you going to buy a boat or a vacation house with your merch income?
You know, I'm going to play up to Frankie and say I'm going to try and get my indoor velodrome going.
There you go. There you go.
I'm just
I
putting
put all
it in
mine on
GameStop.
GameStop stock. Yeah,
There you go.
We screwed up on that, man.
Yeah, definitely we screwed up on that one. So who knows what's next? We'll have to wait and see.
Hey,
Bilko,
Warner, take a
earlier
look
you were
on the
talking-
front. Yeah, go ahead, Frankie. Sorry.
So I was going to say, Bilko, earlier you were talking about how some of the big name riders that come to Joe Martin and being a UCI race, how they're able to make their mark. You know, they get victory here and they get noticed, they get picked up onto bigger teams. And when you were talking about that in the lead up to the race, the rider that came to mind that really I think burst onto the scene for the very first time was Andrew Talansky, when he had won the Devil's Den time trial and won the overall of Joe Martin. And that was the first time where a lot of riders ended up taking notice of him. And it's a perfect kind of opportunity for him, but a perfect example also of really getting your foot in the door to be able to move up towards bigger and better things.
Yeah, for sure. This is, Joe Martin is different than Gila because it doesn't have quite the altitude aspect. So riders from sea level can come and not be on their heels with that, you know, burden right away. So it's there's been a number of riders, especially with, you know, Axel Merckx bring in a bunch of people through the years, Danny Van Out and that Candy team coming and bringing a bunch of people. There's always somebody coming through the ranks. And then we had, you know, Francisco Mancebo coming to North America to race, you know, the Spanish Pro Tour rider. And so it goes both ways. And it all happens in Fayetteville, Arkansas.
Yeah, and just a couple of years ago, I mean, if you want to go back to the winter in 2017, Robin Carpenter. So the Hincapie, you know, riders having good riders. And, of course, they've graduated a lot of guys, as well as Axel's team, to World Tour status. So really it is a standout event that attracts, you know, not only the top U.S. riders, but attracts a lot of international riders because it's a breakout opportunity. And again, for many of the riders, I was talking with First Internet Banking, you know, generally an amateur team being able to race in this race. It's a great opportunity for a lot of, you know, younger amateur riders to go up against the pros to kind of test themselves and be able to expose themselves to this high level of racing. And that's really what Joe Martin is about.
And I know Bruce has worked really hard at trying to provide a stage race format and be true to that. There's more to the race than just riding each of the stages. There's having a good support crew and someone who knows how to drive in the caravan. And there are these behind the scene kind of activities that help the team so much that you don't necessarily learn in weekend criteriums.
Well, one of those things that has helped out teams so much when I was directing, and I remember I had fantastic host housing when I was at Joe Martin for, you know, 3 or 4 years in a row, and we kept going back to the same people, and that worked out really, really well. And the other part maybe you can talk a little bit about is besides all the bike racing that goes on, it's not just the pros. There's other categories that are racing, but also the Gran Fondo is a pretty big attraction.
Yeah. All Sports Production, the company that Bruce has, does, he's definitely cycling first, but he has running, mountain bike, triathlons, other endurance type events. But the college town lends itself to having the infrastructure to supporting teams on an amateur level that's affordable. And lots of places to eat. Just, it's that college town, it's easy to get around. And it's always been in the right part of the national schedule to have teams going across the country from either Redlands to Philly or back. It's a good stopping midway point in the country, and it works logistically.
Hey, talk about
Brad,
the
have you ever-
logistics of this race. Hey, sorry, Frankie. Yeah, I have not been here, but I was looking at all the stages earlier. I'm amazed how close they are to downtown Fayetteville. I mean, pretty much everything you're within 10 or 15 minutes. Even the remote finish of the course today, or what we're calling a remote finish, we were talking earlier at the top of the show, is really pretty close to the start and really pretty close to downtown Fayetteville. I want to take a look at our course profile. I think we have that now presented by VeloViewer and go through this a little bit. Let's go ahead and have Phil walk us through sort of the important parts of this one as we start basically in Fayetteville. And then this looks like our first little climb here, Phil.
Yeah, got Hell's Kitchen out there on the course with 27%. There's some other elevation gains of 500 feet. It's definitely lumpy as you go around.
Devilton State Park is a special place set aside for trekking.
Sorry, I'm catching the audio there.
Yeah, we got a little bit of feedback. My bad. We're working on that. There we go.
Yeah, the run into town is quite a buildup for everybody. Bruce does a good job at the Mount Sequoyah Woods campus, and there's a finish line party, and it's easy for athletes to unpack after a long day in the saddle.
Yeah, maybe the most important part, the recovery afterwards, right, Frankie? You got to be able to get back to town and get your beer and get back to the hotel or host housing, wherever you're staying out there. Sorry about the audio there, Phil. We got that figured out. The joys of virtual racing.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, and the recovery is a big part of downtown and Dixon Street, the entertainment district in town. All kinds of different places to eat, and it's, you know, a college student, university student budget. So works out well.
I know bike racers like that for sure. Well, still nobody away here. Group still all together as we're coming up on 15 minutes into the stage. I think earlier in the season, Frankie, we saw a lot of these early breakaways where the riders would be really aggressive early on, and we'd see a couple splits within the first 15 minutes, but nothing ever really sticking. These days, seems like things have calmed down a little bit at the start of these races. We're not seeing as many valiant solo efforts off the front. I think a lot of riders realize just how hard it is to get a good breakaway going on these virtual platforms.
Not only hard to get a good breakaway going, but also just the distance. I think the distance is, you know, scaring a lot of riders to try to save themselves and be able to sit in. But looking at the watts, you know, I mean, some guys they're going back and forth. Some guys are putting out 5.2. Other guys are putting out 4.3 as they're kind of trying to adjust to being able to sit into the pack. And luckily, it's not a super technical course with a lot of turns. So once you can kind of figure out how to be able to sit in, it'll be a little bit easier. As you can see, there's a group of riders that were off the back of the group that are struggling trying to come back. But otherwise, cruising, 35, 37 kilometers per hour. Guys are sitting at about 330 watts. For these riders, that's easy. 300, 330 is relatively easy for them. And so they're just going to wait until a couple of these kickers. But I still expect as we go along, I think we're going to see some riders trying to be able to split themselves off and not kind of waiting to see who's going to be the best climber at the end. Because if it comes down to the end and who's going to be the best climber, I got to say, you got to watch out for Ben Thomas.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's got the perfect legs for this. I mean, a tailor-made course for him. The distance combined with the tough final 3 kilometers-ish of riding, Thomas is going to be tough to beat out there, especially now knowing that Matt Usborne is out of this one. I mean, he would have been the other favorite, I think, today, but taking this weekend off, so that'll be very good news for Ben Thomas. Meanwhile, riders already coming off the back, coming unglued off the back of this group as we saw our first victims at the back here falling victim to, looks like, tempo being set by Hayden Warner.
Yeah, we got some splits opening up right now. So the gaps, the guys are going to have to really pay attention to this. It's an 8% uphill grade. And so everybody is in the red because they got to make sure they don't get dropped. You're seeing 5.5, 6.3. Right now, looking at Timmy Bauer, 468 watts. So I saw Deca getting dropped. I saw some other guys getting dropped with Naven. So this is going to be critical right here with Croxton. So, as hard as they're going, if they have at least a 5-second gap at the top, they're really not going to come back. And so they got to be able to stay on that wheel to appreciate any type of draft they might get. But even the slope continues to increase as we're at 10% grade right now.
Yeah, Phil, just like real life racing, you kind of see these smaller groups forming on the road where the riders kind of link up and work together, the gruppetto, if you will. I imagine there's a good number of riders that probably limp their way into the finish line on this road race day, especially on the longer format of the multi-day real-life Joe Martin stage race.
Yeah, that is definitely the case, especially depending on what your workload was for the team. A lot of people put out their efforts trying to get the team leader into town. So they'll be coming in after the main group, having done their work a few Ks out. Trying not to kill themselves up that climb up into Mount Sequoyah.
Yeah, all about conserving your energy. Kevin Bouchard-Hall, not on that plan today. Look at this, going into the red zone on the way up. Mike Swart trying to respond behind him. There is Kevin. And doesn't look like he's got many friends that want to go with him here. So this is pretty much worst case scenario for any breakaway rider, right, Frankie? You try and get something started, you put in the effort, you get away, you get a gap, and then no one wants to come with you.
Yeah, he's sitting right there in that green and blue, kind of waiting, as you just said. I mean, if his virtual rider could look over his shoulder, he would be looking over his shoulder right now saying, hey, does anybody want to be able to go up the road? But Kevin Bouchard-Hall, the 39-year-old, racing for Restart Racing, he's the one pushing the pace. And what he just did is spit about 10 guys out the back of this group. And so I don't know if that was his mission. It's mission accomplished, but also he put a lot of guys under pressure, starting to weaken the legs a little bit as everybody else is just right now caught up to him.
Yeah, that's kind of how Restart Racing races, isn't it? Sort of with brute force, brute strength. They put a lot of strong guys up on the front, just try and drive that tempo, make it as hard as they can early on. And yeah, look at this, some big names, some strong names unglued off the back, including Will Harden trying to chase back on right now, Frankie.
Yeah, Henry Warner going straight back above and beyond cancer. I think he looks like he had a technology blackout. But yeah, Will Harden. What about Hal Blackburn, Blodgett? These are all riders that have been very prominent in all of our race series so far. And so right now you can see out of the saddle trying to be able to make it back up to the group. Kerry Werner Jr. getting caught off the back also.
Yeah, Kerry Werner, a new rider to the Project Echelon team and new to virtual racing in general. So I think this might be the early learning curve for Kerry as he gets his race legs under him. We know he's got the power. I mean, a professional cyclocross racer. He does all kinds of things on the bike, but having his shot at virtual racing here with Project Echelon, and I know he's going to be doing some other events with them as we move into 2021 and into 2022. More riders off the back. John Cooper also in this group. Chris Navin, we saw at the front earlier driving the tempo, and now trying to tack this group of three back with his teammate.
Yeah, both Cooper and Navin with Triple X Athletico out of Chicago trying to be able to get up here. Here we have take a look at Croxton, and just behind him is Brine trying to be able to get back out. And think about the red that these guys are in, going flat out, trying to get back up to the group. And the last thing they want to do is look up and see 60 kilometers to go. Such a long race. It's going to be a long time on the bike. And so these guys, a lot of guys in difficulty very early on. And that's one thing with the virtual racing. It's very different because it's not as easy to just sit in as it is in real life. Sitting in, you can spin the legs, you can just kind of follow, you can coast. There's no coasting, there's no sitting in. You have to put out a certain amount of power to be able to stay with the group, and that's what makes it so difficult.
They can see some of the wattage that these guys are putting out up in the corner of the screen, showing their current wattage up in the top left of the rider that we're following with the camera. You can see the rider's name highlighted on the left side of the screen, and then that shows their current power and heart rate up in the top left, and then some speed metrics and their location in the group up on the right as well. You can see all those white dots up in the top right. Those are the other riders in the race, and you can see more and more riders coming unglued off the back of that big bunch of riders. Looks like maybe even a little split happening up here at the front as we're watching Matt Main getting up into that group. So a lot
Well, if
going
you
on, a lot of
remember-
data out here, Frankie.
Yeah, a lot of data. And you remember, it was a big group. 5 kilometers after the start, we had a group of like 40 riders all together, and there's definitely been chunks of riders that have gradually come off the back. These guys have a good chance of getting back on. Blackburn, Blodgett, Swart, along with Will Harden from Draft Racing. They're gonna have to put their head down, but at least they can see him. And so as long as they keep him in sight, at least that's going to keep their motivation up as they continue to kind of push on the power. But in the front group, 45 kilometers per hour, these guys are continuing to push the pace. I see our race leader, Ben Thomas, is in that group. I could see him sitting in there with Ravel, Nair, Bauer. Oh, Tanner Ward is up there. That's good to be able to see him. Tanner Ward actually was a rider. He's on First Internet Bank, who won the U.S. qualifying championships for the World Championships on the RGT platform. And it was his first time riding in the RGT platform when he actually won that race to be able to allow him to go to eSport Worlds. And so to say he's familiar with the RGT platform maybe be a little bit of an overstatement, but he at least knows what to expect a little bit.
Yeah, we see riders, most of these riders are racing on multiple platforms. Pretty much everyone, I think, will do at least some racing on Zwift as well, maybe Be Cool or some of the other racing platforms out there, but they have to adjust a little bit for each platform. So good to have Tanner back in the RGT world here for the Echelon Racing League. Tanner, obviously a pretty talented in-real-life rider as well, so it's always exciting when we see some overlap from our riders that we know from doing these PRT races, and we get to see them on the Echelon Racing League calendar. Group shrinking. We're down to 26 guys in here, something like that. As Zach Nair heads up to the front. It's amazing how quickly your day can be over in a race like this, Frankie. As you talked about, once you come unglued, it's pretty tough to get back in. But the riders do have to finish each day, so most of these riders you'll see just kind of cruising around, tapping out the tempo once they lose contact. But you'll see a lot of these guys link up, riding together just to try to get this over with as soon as possible, as quickly as they can. So they're going to lose a bunch of time today. Their GC hopes are pretty much gone, but it is sort of stage race rules, so they want to make sure that they finish.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind also, 22 minutes in, we've seen the group halved, and there's guys all over the place. When we get to the 45-minute mark to an hour mark, that fatigue is going to start setting in because you're putting out all this power. You're putting out 360, 370 watts of power. A lot of guys might not be used to that. You're going to hit a little bit of an uphill. You're going to have the group split again. And so right now, the strongmen have shown themselves. But once we get to that 45-minute to an hour mark, I think we're going to have another selection dwindling the group even further. But for now, you have, your peloton, you have your chasers. Everybody's trying to be able to just kind of get to the finish line. And for some of the guys, as you mentioned, Brad, that got dropped early on, like Frank Kunduf, who I saw was off the back, that is going to be a long 60 kilometers by yourself.
Phil, in the real-life race on a day like today, or I guess throughout the weekend, is the overall stage race tough enough that riders are getting time cut during days like today, or do most riders tend to finish and make it in? A lot of times they'll extend that time cut, obviously, if a bunch of riders are getting cut, but is it tough enough that riders are getting time cut on a day like today?
In the pro men and pro women, I wouldn't say that's quite as big of a factor unless there's some sort of technical difficulties. The amateur race, the amateur men that also go the same routes, that is where some of the riders who aren't used to the game definitely feel that time cut, and it's not in the back of their mind yet. It's not a reaction that is already built in. It's not a habit to avoid that from criterium racing that they would get normally at home.
Right.
Now, we did, through the years, when the Devil's Den went the other way, we had some criterium specialists, sprinter guys. Rasan Bahati came, and he just wanted to pedal through Devil's Den. Well, there was a time cut, and he failed to realize that from the race manual, and figuring it out afterwards was a hard deal.
Yeah.
And he
never
was
fun
there for,
when you make the trip and then get time cut.
After just 5 miles and that's it, and there's also been just other. You asked yesterday about memories, and Steve Tilford did the climb and was coming back down to the team van, hit a pothole, crashed, and broke his collarbone. So he's out, and he's one of those tough guys where Joe Martin is. And this was when he had gone to the amateur racing as more of a master guy. But still, that's one of those memories that sticks out, one of those icons having that weird bad luck.
Yeah, one of the few courses that could knock out the great Steve Tilford. Seemed like nothing could stop that guy from racing, but apparently Devil's Den and crashing and breaking your shoulder or whatever the issue was enough to sideline Steve.
On the way down, after doing the race, he's coming back to the vehicle for the team. So crazy.
Yeah, those are always the worst. The crashes seem to happen when you least expect them. Sometimes that's mentally the toughest to deal with. Frank, you have any weird crashes in your career? I mean, any dogs or curbs or anything like that? Fell off the rollers, maybe?
I've definitely fallen off the rollers before, but I've had my share of bad crashes, from collarbone to knee and, crashing on cobbles and all that other stuff. So, what was
the most freak accident? Like, what was the weirdest one?
Flying on a downhill at the Tour de France, a guy was leaning out trying to take a picture, and we were kind of spread out across the road. And like a linebacker, I just nailed him. And so I went flying across the road. He went down. I don't know where the camera ended up going to, but that was kind of the most freakish one.
Did you get
somewhere
penalty
in France
box time for that?
Yeah.
Did I get what?
Time in the penalty box for that check?
No, right. I should have got a 5-minute penalty, but actually he should have got a 5-minute penalty. The rider always has the right of way.
That's right.
Natural. It's kind of interesting, that last picture-in-picture you were showing. It's like all three of those riders were riding with base layers underneath, and considering the amount of heat that you generate when you're putting out these big efforts. Right now, not too bad right now at 280, but like all these guys riding with a little bit of a base layer. So kind of surprised to see that. Al Blackburn in the upper left-hand corner there with the black headband, just a minute ago, he was taking a bite of a piece of bread, making sure to be able to eat. And that's something that's super important because of the intensity, but also because of the duration of this event. It's very different than doing an hour criterium. This is a lot longer race, and so he's making sure to eat himself, and he's doing the right thing by eating early to make sure that you have the calories later on, instead of waiting until you start to feel like you need it, like for the last 10 kilometers, because that's too late to eat. So I just noticed Hal kind of fueling up there as we see Will Harden also, kind of just setting a big tempo, and it looks like Swart on the bottom is just kind of checking out his email on Twitter.
I think he's on Uber Eats, getting himself a pizza.
There you go. DoorDash. Ding dong.
Yeah, he knows the importance of fueling up, so I think he just put it in his order there. Surprising to see these three guys off the back, though. These are not three riders that I would expect to have to be chasing back in. So not sure if they just got caught out, had some bad luck early on. A lot of times we do see technicals in the sport where maybe they lose internet connection, lose power, something like that. So we'll see if we can figure out what happened to those three guys. Back up to our front group. Good look at them here. And I would say if you've made this selection, Frankie, you can be pretty comfortable that you're going to be able to make it for at least the next half of the day, I should say. You'll feel pretty good that you can ride in this group and at least stay in there if you made it 30 minutes in.
No, I would agree with you. And you made it over that climb. That was that 10% grade. And so you showed that you got the power, you have the power. You're kind of one of the stronger riders there. And so I definitely would agree with you, Brad, that these guys who are there now should be comfortable in being able to stay with this group. They'll be able to click away some kilometers, at least for the next half hour to 45 minutes until that power output that they're having to produce is it's going to catch up with them, and they're going to start feeling that fatigue. And so the next time we hit a little bit of a climb, then we might see some guys starting to come off the back. But Peter Olenchek on the front right there. We see Oliver Dowd, a fantastic rider. You talk about a who's who of names. Those first 20 guys really have all been very active through all of the Echelon Racing League series.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of riders that have targeted the entire series. It's not easy to be able to pull all those times together to do the entire series, but good opportunity for a mix of pro and amateur races as well. The Echelon Racing League hosting an amateur series the week before each of the pro races as well. So amateur riders and the pro riders get a chance to kind of test the course out, get a chance to pre-ride it, and get a little experience with the RGT platform as well if they need it.
So Brad, earlier I was going to ask you, Phil was talking about the Grand Fondo that Joe Martin puts on, which is fantastic. I was going to ask you, have you ever gone and ridden a Grand Fondo?
I have. I've done a few. I've announced a ton, and I've attended probably even more. Maybe one of the coolest parts of bike racing. It's like the racing without the tough part, right? It's like the racing without the puking. And even a guy like me can go have fun and ride. Because you get to stop along the way, get some snacks, get some food, and then hang out afterwards and have some more snacks and more food and maybe a few beers. So, yeah, I'm all in on the Fondos. I love them, especially for a non-race cut person like me.
No, not even a non-cut race. I mean, it is enjoyable. It's like a big, massive group ride that's social and fun. I love doing the Grand Fondos. Even when I stop at those SAG stops and everybody's trying to push pickle juice on me, I'm like, all right, I can deal with this. But you know what? It's good time and it's good fun, and I think it's great that it opens it up to experienced riders, but also amateur riders to be able to kind of encourage everybody to kind of get out there on the bike.
Yeah, Phil, what is the Fondo sort of course like? I mean, do they get a chance to do some of the same roads that the race goes through?
I believe so. I'm not totally up on that because most of my responsibilities centers around the race, and the Fondo has been a separate sort of side deal that I'm not really a part of. But yeah, they try and keep things. It started, and he had some winter weather. I mean, it snowed and it was like 30 degrees the first or second year, so that was definitely tough. It would have been an easy point to back off on the Fondo effort. But I think that social aspect that you talk about is just a slow build to something as big as the stage race part in the next couple of years.
Seen a little bit of separation out on course. Looks like Warner and Blodgett have broken up here. Group was riding together along with Mike Swart in that group of three. And then a little further back, these guys linking up as well as Kerry Warner going to take charge. This is 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st in this group. So unless there's anyone in between, we'll take a look at our leaderboard to the left. That tells me that there's going to be about 25-ish guys up in that front group as Chris Naven hits the front now. Yeah, so here's your front group right here. 21 with Larson at the back. And I'm looking at the jerseys over here on the leaderboard to the left. A lot of that light blue of Project Echelon and Team Tour 2000 presented by Callis. They kind of have a little bit of the same color scheme there. Frankie, it's been interesting watching the transfer market in virtual racing over the last, let's say, year. At, oops, sorry.
Yeah, it has been different. Like, for example, the Ben Thomas threw me off because he's been with Ben Thomas coaching for the whole time. Now he's with Team Tour 2000. I was kind of surprised by that. But other riders switching teams in the virtual transfer market, and so. When you first came up with the idea, you were kind of wondering, are people going to take advantage of this? Is it something they're actually going to do? and they're definitely taking advantage of it, stealing riders from other clubs and teams, or mainly you see a lot of it is individuals that are riding really strongly getting picked up saying, hey, come on over to our team so that we can ride together. And so we've seen a lot of that with in that transfer market.
Chase Group getting bigger. Looks like they have come back together and added some riders as well. Hayden Warner is in here. These guys are just under 250 meters back, so about a quarter of a kilometer, which means they're probably going to be out of sight from those leaders. Oh, wait, actually, yeah. So these guys are about a K back. I was misreading the leaderboard to the left. That's the second group behind them. So these guys pretty much gone for the day, Frankie. I was going to say you might be able to make back 250 meters, but you're not making back a kilometer.
No, especially not at the speed that the leaders are going at. And even though these guys are putting in good efforts also, you can see right at around, they're at 3.5 watts per kilogram. So they're riding steady. They're taking turns. You got 3 teammates on the front from Project Echelon, all taking turns, just trying to get through the last 47 kilometers to get back. I mean, obviously, it's not their day. A lot of these guys have done a lot of the virtual racing. Some of these guys also, race out on the road. And so they know just, you got to cut your losses and just kind of save as much energy because tomorrow is going to be another hard day. I mean, the criterium at Joe Martin is no easy criterium. I mean, Phil, you've been out there many, many years. That climb on the criterium course really is a leg sapper.
It is, and you're already fatigued. You haven't recovered fully, and lap after lap up that hill, and a number of years it's got a little bit of a headwind, so it is just such a grind each lap. It is a real death march in some ways. Not that typical 2K flat criterium oval, for sure.
Yeah, I like a good unique criterium course. I like, as much as I like the classic flat four-corner crit, it's always fun when we have a little something different out there.
Yeah, the finish line has a good vantage point, so you can see across one block and through the alley of a couple buildings. You can get a time check on sort of the top before they go down the hill, around the backside, and then come back up, climbing to the finish. So you can judge people's efforts trying to get to the bottom before they hit the climb back up to the finish.
Frankie, let's talk about this effort. Larson going solo off the front with a little attack here. Doesn't look like anyone going to join him, but they are going to attack him back. This guy's spending some significant time in the red zone, burning some matches out there.
Yeah, Andy's doing it on downhill and fast downhill. You can see certain riders coasting, trying to be able to come up to him. But Larson on that Team California team is the 31-year-old is kind of trying to string things out, kind of testing the legs of everybody. But definitely a reaction from everybody else, coasting, keeping up their watts to be able to make sure that they're staying in that group. So still holding steady right at about 21 riders in this front group as Larson now shifts himself to the back, hopefully be able to sit on, recover a little bit, and stay with the leaders.
And you see how quickly he comes back up to the front, really making sure doesn't lose contact, doesn't get dropped. So now just got to sit in, try and recover, and hope that you can make that next move.
This is definitely a race where you've got to work hard and be sort of in the zone, but you can't detach so much that you're not paying attention if something happens. Responding quick's got to be a valuable asset.
Yeah, in fact, the riders literally have to stare at the screen. If you look away or you try and do something else, you get distracted talking to someone that's there with you in real life. Sometimes riders will look back just 10 or 15 seconds later, and all of a sudden they're gone. They're dropped out of the group. So, yeah, you have to really be able to respond. When we first started watching the virtual racing, it was almost weird watching the riders staring at the screen, like their heads never moved. But that's how important it is to be able to respond to that. And it changes so quickly. The speeds can really really waver quite a bit out there on the RGT platform. So it's important for the riders to stay focused, stay in the game. It's like a video game, except
for sure
harder.
Especially if you're marking a couple other riders that are close to you in the standings. I can see where just trying to pick someone out. Part announcer as well as being part rider.
That's right. All right, well, as we go over 40 minutes into this one, I want to introduce Molly Ron. This is someone that is a big part of the Echelon Racing League. I got a chance to catch up with her earlier this week to talk about some of the great things in and around Fayetteville. We were talking about food earlier, the importance of the riders eating, but it's also important that you get some good food after the race as well. So Molly was talking a little bit about the awesome food scene here in Fayetteville. Take a listen.
Got it. So there is a lot to choose from. We have some excellent restaurants, excellent places to go and eat. I am very food driven, particularly after being on a bike all day. I really, really want a good meal. Dixon Street, which is right in the heart of the entertainment district, has a variety of excellent restaurants. We have craft beer. That is a question that we get asked a lot, is where can I get a good beer? We have several local breweries unique to Fayetteville that would love to offer you a flight or even a growler to take home to take back to your hotel room. Also, I don't want to leave out those of us that might prefer to have a craft cocktail rather than a beer. So we have several excellent bars in downtown Fayetteville. One in particular, Maxine's Tap Room, was recently named as one of the 50 top cocktail bars in America by Esquire magazine. And so it's definitely a chef's approach to cocktails. So they use a lot of fresh produce and a lot of local fresh produce in producing their drinks. And it really in and of itself is an experience.
Phil, you going beer, wine, cocktail, or coffee post-race? What's your go-to?
The beer is always the easy one, but it depends on what I'm in the mood for to eat, whether or not I would try something different as far as a cocktail.
Yeah, they were talking about the Maxine's, is it the name of the famous cocktail bar? Yeah. Yeah,
and like I said, it depends on what I want to eat. If I'm going for a burger, because they've got some great burgers at Hugo's in the basement of this building. You go down the stairs through next to the building, and great burgers there. Or there's definitely pizza. They've got a number of different Mexican and Asian places. Fast food. It is a university college student town. So, like I said, it depends on what I want to eat, on whether or not the beer works with the pizza or the burger, or wine for pasta or something like that, if I'm trying to carbo load a little bit. Not that I need to do that. And, they do have a place that, Hammondtree's, that has 15 different gourmet grilled cheese sandwiches. So kind of comfort, southern food in some ways, for those people who haven't been to this part of the country.
Yeah, it is a very cool downtown. I mean, I was really surprised to see how many of those sort of unique restaurants you guys have down there in Fayetteville. Pretty impressive food scene.
Yeah, and it's not national chains, so it is definitely something that you wouldn't get in your hometown or a big city. Local establishments with people who care about the area and try and use food. There's food trucks that are starting to pop up. So that's always every year I'm excited to see what's different, because it is a college town. So there is some transient nature to businesses coming and going.
Those college kids always changing the game, mixing things up. You never know what they're going to want year to year. Got to stay on top of it. All right, Frankie, we were looking at the leaders earlier. They were on their way up one of the big climbs as we go about a little over halfway through here with 40K to go to the line. Meanwhile, Chase Group sitting behind them has sort of worked out their rhythm. But let's take a look at this. Up on the front, Dowd, Revel, Bowen, all going at it here. They were all in the red earlier. Looks like they've gone up and over. And now there's a long downhill section here, Frankie. Let's talk about the implications of this part of the course, because some changes to the RGT physics heading into this week of racing, including a change in the way that the downhill physics works. Makes it a little bit easier for riders to get back into the group if they're dropped on a descent. The group was going so fast on the descents earlier, they had to slow it down, make it a little more realistic, and make sure that everyone was able to stay in the group on the way down. But again, this is one of the unique parts about the platform. Just like in real life, you're going to have chances to coast, you're going to have chances to zero out the power meter, and chances to rest and relax on the way down.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, and that's the great thing about the RGT platform is they can adjust those logarithms to be able to make those adjustments to make it a little bit more realistic. I mean, Redlands, I think it was, we were hitting speeds of 100 kilometers per hour on some, semi-gradual descents, and that created problems for a lot of the riders. So a few adjustments to be able to allow the riders to be able to kind of stay in the group on a downhill, because normally on a downhill it would be easier to sit in. You'd be able to just follow, you'd be able to coast, maybe pedal a little bit, and so that's what they're mimicking now, as by reducing that speed and making it a little bit more in real life. But as you had mentioned, their heart rates were going up a lot on that last little uphill as different riders were putting in kickers at 8 watts per kilogram and 9 watts per kilogram. But it looks like all 21 guys were able to stay in contact. Nobody got dropped. So nice job by them to be able to keep themselves in contention for getting towards that mountaintop finish.
Timmy Bauer setting tempo up on the front. Looks like that claimed a victim out of the back. That might be
He's
a power
coasting
meter
too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a long time coasting. I think that's a power meter drop. And so, can you imagine you did 45 minutes of this and all of a sudden your internet goes kaput and you're just watching them ride away from you. It's not a good feeling for sure.
Yeah, I guess similar to the feeling of a flat tire or a mechanical, just outside the 3K cutoff, or just missing the time cut by 1 second.
Yeah, we could figure out who it was. Whoever was sitting in 22nd, whoever was in 22nd, 23rd position, that's probably who had that power dropout. So, but still, a lot of good riders coming to the front. Above and Beyond Cancer up there. We've seen Project Echelon. We've seen Inshore presented by Pedal Power. Restart Racing, Team Tour 2000, all of these teams still with multiple riders in this front group. And so, the race is on for them as they're continuing to push the pace. But again, no breakaway. Nobody's tried to really go up the road. Really haven't seen anybody attempting to kind of split this group up, which I'm a little bit surprised. Look at the little kid right behind him saying hi. He's like, come on, man, you need to pedal harder. What are you
Hurry
not
up.
winning? Hurry up. Why aren't you in first? Although Bauer is in first.
Zach Nair starting to move up right side as well for Project Echelon Racing. Here's Chris Uberti, had a good time trial yesterday. Frankie, you were telling me Uberti is like an aerospace engineer or something?
Yeah, he's he's been living in Michigan for a while, but yeah, he's an aerodynamic engineer for General Motors. He's actually had that job for a while. He's been living in Detroit area for a while, races on. We have that indoor velodrome here, the Lexus Velodrome. He races on that a bunch. Yeah. Does a lot of cross, pretty much an all-arounder, but a very, very good criterium rider. Uberti is a super criterium rider, and really that's probably out of all the disciplines, that's what he's best at. And so he's doing the virtual platform here with First Internet Bank. This is kind of new to him, but still he still rides outside all the time, and now taking the cycling indoors and riding inside.
Adapt and overcome, the theme of 2021.
Yeah, but how frustrating will it be an aerodynamic engineer not being able to use any of your aerodynamic tips in the virtual race?
Oh, an aerodynamic engineer stuck inside on a virtual platform. That must be great. All right, I want to listen into some Discord chatter because we're hearing a lot going on out there right now. Let's listen into Project Echelon on Discord. Well, they were talking earlier about Nair trying to get away. Olenicek up there as well.
Reeling them in.
And now realizing that we're listening to him.
Stuff that makes us sound important.
All right, get ready for the hills coming up. We're going to carry it up and over to the first one, and then we'll string it out on the backside.
Yeah, watch the gaps.
Wow, that sounded important.
Watch the...
Sounded like really important stuff out there.
Watch.
All right, Adam Schwent up on the front for the Above and Beyond Cancer, presented by Bike World team. Fun to listen in to these riders and teams. A lot of times, though, Frankie, it's not really race chatter. I mean, a lot of this is just encouragement, talking about what they're doing later, what they were doing before. The team radios are not always race information strictly.
Yeah, a lot of it is just kind of keeping them motivated to kind of keep pressing on. Probably a little bit more information on a longer race like this, considering it's 73 kilometers. Knowing when the hills are, knowing when to watch out for different things, as we see the group that's just off the back with Blackburn, Swart, Harden, and Warner. So these are the same guys that have been together for a while. The one that I'd be curious about would be who's in like 21st position or 22nd position. So Tanner Ward is in 21st position. Tanner Ward may have been the rider that had that power outage that we saw coasting for a long time. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But as you mentioned, Brad, that information really is motivational and keeping them encouraging to kind of keep going and to follow the wheels. But knowing when the hills are coming up as a director would be great to be able to have on a day like today.
Yeah, that way you're not staring at the profile, having to look it up, figure out where you are, try and match up the distance with your course map or cue sheet, whatever you have. So yeah, being able to have some distance and elevation information in your ear, a big help to a lot of these riders. A lot of teams do run separate director sportifs, sort of an observer for the team that'll be watching the screens of a few riders and then keeping an eye on that course profile as well. Most of them use Discord to communicate. It's basically a chat platform. You can do text or voice chat. So seeing a lot of riders adopting that platform for a little bit of communication. Certainly easier than the old analog radios, right, Frankie? It seems like every race there was an issue with the team radios. Either it didn't stay in the ear, or you didn't have reception, or you were crossing frequencies with other teams.
Yeah, using the radios can definitely, in real life, get a little bit complicated. You know, especially when you're trying to direct and the rider just takes it out of their ear. That's always a problem. But you know, to each their own. They all have their own different style of racing, and so with the, you know, indoor cycling, I don't think, you know, you can't really have. Well, I guess you could still pull it out of your ear, but you're not going to have the excuse that, you know, it fell out because of whatever reason, the bumps on the road. Nice look at Zach Nair right there, as you talked about him being a director for the U.S. team for the eSports World Championships, but he had a big win coming off of the Oak Glen cycling for Redlands, taking that win at Oak Glen, and that was really, it almost came down to a bike throw, if you could do a virtual bike throw, as Nair just took that at the end.
Yeah, Zach Nair, one of the more experienced riders on these virtual racing platforms, one of the guys that's really made the pivot well from real life racing into virtual racing. Partially as a coach, he understands the importance of power and power output, conserving your power really well. So I think that's been a big part of his success in virtual racing, and then just the tactics of racing on the platform as well. He just did that Movistar challenge that they had. Movistar trying to, I think, bring on some pro riders with a virtual racing challenge, and I think he made the cut from the first one. So be interesting to see where that goes. Maybe we'll see Zach going world tour here pretty soon.
Yeah, very nice. I saw that they're trying to start an e-racing team, and so Movistar had that qualification. 4 riders I think they're going to be able to select. I also saw Eamon Lucas, who's a big, strong rider, and he said he had never gone so hard at the start when he did the Movistar Challenge in his entire life, and he said he still got dropped and was nowhere near being in that front group. So for Zach Nair to be up there, pretty impressive ride, and that's good to be able to see. But going back to those race radios real quick, I was just going to mention, you mentioned the riders are so focused on the screen because they have to watch their position, they have to see where they're at, and they're so focused on the watts and seeing what watts they're putting out to make sure they're able to keep up. As you can see, it's red, red, and red right now on this little gradual uphill that they just did. That's where the director comes in handy and letting you know about the course and what's coming up, giving you a little bit of a heads up, like hey, the hill's coming up, you know, you got to wind it up, make sure your power is up there so you can kind of get over with the group so that you can take it a little bit easier on that downhill.
Charlie Revel getting out ahead of things on a little bit of a downhill here as we are quickly ticking away the kilometers, just 31.5K to go. So we have just gone past halfway at 35K to go. And seeing a little bit of surging here and there, but for the most parts, these guys looking like they're just going to wait for these last few climbs, last few kilometers, and try and duke it out there if they're able to survive. All right, I want to bring in the in-real-life race director of the Joe Martin Stage Race, Bruce Dunn, joining us from Fayetteville, Arkansas. We had Bruce on the show yesterday. Bruce, welcome back to your virtual race. It seems weird welcoming you to virtual Fayetteville from real-life Fayetteville, but it's an interesting concept, isn't it, here in 2021? Sorry about that. We're going to try and get Bruce's audio dialed in here.
Yeah, Bruce has done an incredible job with, organizing and putting on the race, taking the step up a long time ago, actually. One of the first stage races to kind of jump up into that UCI category, adding that Gran Fondo in there. You know, Bruce took over in 2003 and has continually put on a first-class event that attracts, riders from international riders along with the top domestic riders. And honestly, with his efforts, the race does continue to grow, bring a lot of attention to Arkansas, and eventually, right, they're having the Cyclocross World Championships there in 2022, and a lot of it is because of the attention that the race has brought to the area.
That's for sure, and they're also the first U.S. city to get UCI Bike City designation. First one in the U.S. and only one right now, so pretty impressive. And I know that the city, especially with that open university atmosphere where they get new people from all over the world all the time, the bike racing people from all over the world all the time, just flows right into that kind of thought process.
Yeah, I thought it was cool that the UCI awarded the Bike City Award. I think it was because of all the events that they have in the city, with Fayetteville Cross getting an announcement that they're going to Cyclocross World Cup, obviously Cross Worlds, and then the Joe Martin Stage Race. So pretty cool. I don't know if Bruce Dunn gets this award or not. I don't know if he gets to put this Crystal Bike City Award in his office, or if that goes to City Hall, or how that works. Maybe they get more than one. I hope.
No, but it's a really awesome designation to be able to, for them to be able to have that, And the thing is, it's because they're, it's a cycling friendly city also. I mean, they have the Razorback Greenway, and that's it's a long trail, a 36-mile trail that connects the neighboring communities. And so, it's not just about hosting the World Championships or having a World Cup. It's also about the development of the greenways and bike paths and being a cycling friendly area. And that's exactly what Fayetteville is.
And for our foreign riders who don't realize, Fayetteville is part of Northwest Arkansas, which is home to the Walton family, the Walmart empire, as far as every company in the U.S. that deals with Walmart has an office in Northwest Arkansas just to deal with their big accounts with Walmart. So there's a lot of industry and money, and 2003, when I first flew into town, the airport was like way on the outskirts of town, 15-mile drive, and now there's all kinds of construction development almost out to the airport. It's crazy what 20 years just about has meant to development in Northwest Arkansas.
We talk about the development of the city. How about the development of the bike infrastructure? I mean, we talked about the Greenway, but some pretty incredible mountain bike trails popping up. But Fayetteville was really one of the early adopters of making itself sort of a bike city. I mean, we're talking about mountain bike trails that go back to like the early 80s, before that was even a thing.
For sure. And it's definitely a selling point, their natural state for the state of Arkansas and their motto. So promoting eco-friendly tourism and people spending time in hotels and restaurants makes sense. It's kind of the Boulder, Colorado of the Southwest United States.
I love it.
Just
the
not
Boulder
Four
of the
Seasons.
Southwest. Right.
Yeah, it's just not Four Seasons.
And less Teslas driving around, I would imagine.
With the Waltons around, I'm not sure.
Well, that's true. That's true. There's some Walmart money in Fayetteville.
And the Waltons have been very cycling friendly. I think Rob Walton is a cyclist himself and sees the value in riding, not only for racing, but for the community and development and a healthy community and citizenry.
Frankie, sort of that if you build it, they will come mentality. I know you've seen that in Detroit. You guys have the velodrome there, but just having that infrastructure available, having a place to go ride and to go race is a big part of being able to continue in this sport and really enjoy it to its fullest extent.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, want to be able to, I mean, you could say it's a big attraction for Boulder, people who want to be active outdoors. And that's what Fayetteville attracts a lot of active lifestyle people, because they have so many different activities that you can do that the city supports. And so, having the bike, cycling is just one little aspect of all the different kind of community events that they put on to all the citizens that live around there. And people travel in to be able to attend some of these higher profile events like the Joe Martin stage race. This front group dwindling down, it seems like a little bit more, perhaps still sitting right at around maybe 20 riders. And so it's getting easier to fight for position. It's easier to be able to kind of follow the wheels and to stay in the front. You can kind of control your power output to be able to kind of feather it, to be able to stay kind of in the middle. So in that aspect, things are getting a little bit easier. As we've just gone over 1 hour of racing, we still have over 25 kilometers to go. So a long ways to go before we're going to get to the bottom of Mount Sequoyah, which is going to be a mountaintop finish.
Yeah, look how easy these guys are riding right now. I mean, a lot of riders in just the green and blue zone for the last 20 minutes or so, somewhere around 2 to 3 watts per kilogram on average. That is a good, easy spin for most of these riders. Frankie, talk about the range a little bit of the watts per kilogram. I mean, what's good, what's sort of middle average, and what's an easy ride?
I think for these riders, 3.3, they're just kind of following the wheels. They're just putting out the kind of the power output. It's not that bad when you're, 3.3, 3.5 watts per kilogram. You start getting up to 4.5, you're definitely putting in a pretty good tempo. You're putting in a pretty good effort. And then you start getting up to 5.5. You're going hard. And then you start getting into that, above 5.5 to 6 or even higher. It could be a sprint, you're redlining yourself, you're climbing. You're only going to be able to hold that for a certain amount of time. And so throughout this race, they're going to hit all of those different kind of values. And they have to be able to balance it out, because you only want to go into that 6 watts, 7 watts per kilogram red zone so many times because you got to stay fresh for the finish. And so that's the kind of the balance that these guys are trying to figure out right now. And that's why you're seeing them in the blues and the greens kind of at that tempo or that endurance pace, because they still have 25 kilometers left of racing.
These guys looking pretty comfortable up here on the front for the last 25K of racing to go. I want to take this time to talk a little bit about some history here at the Joe Martin Stage Race, because there is a lot of it to go over the last 30, 40 years of racing in Fayetteville. The name Joe Martin Stage Race comes from Joe Martin, who is the original race director of the Joe Martin Stage Race. This is such a big story to package. We just had our current race director, Bruce Dunn, sort of try and tell that story with Nancy Martin, who is also part of that race directing team. I'll let Bruce and Nancy tell the rest of the story here.
Oh, wow. Hello, my name is Bruce Dunn, and I'm the race director of the Joe Martin Stage Race. And here with me is a special guest, Nancy Martin. And Nancy, I'll just let you kick it off, introduce yourself, and then let's jump right in and talk a little bit about Joe. So,
okay.
Yeah,
well, my name is Nancy Martin, and I live in Bentonville now, but I spent a lot of time in Fayetteville and in Norman, Oklahoma. And my first husband, Joe, I think a lot of people know, he died of leukemia at 41, but he was an avid bike racer. I mean, he was a Cat 1 back in the day. And he started racing because he messed up his knees. He was spending the ski seasons in Aspen every year, and he wouldn't quit skiing. So the doctor casted his leg from his ankle to his thigh and said, "I'm going to stop you from skiing." So I think I told Bruce, she told you the story. He got back home we were living in Norman, Oklahoma at the time, because I was in school at OU in graduate school. And we had an old Bronco, and the old boxy kind, it had 3 on the column. So we drove all the way home listening to the Eagles, California Highway, or whatever that was, that album.
Yeah.
And with a broomstick.
Final.
Yeah. With the broomstick on the clutch. And he said he did get stopped once, but the policeman was so amazed that he could do it, he let him go.
Yeah. So when did y'all meet? What year?
We met in 1971.
1971.
Sophomore year.
And were you cycling? Had you gotten into cycling yet?
No, Joe's sister was in my class, and we still remain incredibly close.
Yeah.
And I met him. It's kind of, I don't know if you have time for the story.
We've got time.
Okay. So my sister was going to Tulane at the time. And so I spent all my holidays going to New Orleans. So I went to New Orleans for Thanksgiving, and she had an apartment on Main Street in New Orleans. And we had a big, how back then, Thanksgivings, everybody got together. It wasn't family, it was just people. Yeah. And so there was a guy there, Al Childs, who was from, he was from Baton Rouge. And he said, "I know one person in Norman, and his name is Joe Martin." And I said, "Oh, I just met him. His sister's in my class." So I go back and I tell Joe, he said, "Well, tell him I said hi after class." And of course Joe was like, "How do you know Joe, Al Childs? That's so weird." So he invited me out. We went out on a date, and he said it was Halloween. So he said everybody was getting dressed up. But what he failed to tell me was it was on a bet, and we were the only 2 people dressed up. No one else was dressed up, just the 2 of us. He won the bet.
Nancy is a fascinating woman. We're going to be hearing more from Nancy throughout the show over the rest of the day today and into our criterium coverage tomorrow. Bruce, some amazing routes at the Joe Martin Stage Race. I know Nancy is a huge part of that, but it's been awesome listening to her stories.
Oh, yeah. I just commented that I hope there was nothing that we recorded that would get us in trouble. She is an amazing lady, a lot of fun, and you'll hear the rest of the story. And a couple of things that I had never heard from her. So, when you're starting out and you don't know any better, you just go forward, and it'll be a great story of how I actually got to take over the event. And so there's a little bit of a tee up for later on today.
Hey, so Bruce, I want to congratulate you. We were talking earlier about the new Bike City designation that you guys got from the UCI. I know the Joe Martin Stage Race was a part of that. My question was, do you get a trophy? Do you get one of those glass trophy things that they have? Does everyone get one? How's that work? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't know about that. That'll be great. Yes, maybe I'll call the UCI and say, "Hey, I need one of those trophies in my office."
I'm sure they'll love that. Just put in a call to Switzerland. I'm sure they'll They'll get that mailed right out. They're pretty good with that kind of stuff. There's one thing the UCI does well, it's administration, right?
Oh, but I will tell you, Brad and Frankie, I'm going to tell a story, and I don't know when we can tell this, but one of the things about going UCI was one of the best things we ever did. It took us to a new level, the expectations, and quite frankly, they've been great to work with. The officials are there to, make your race better. And, the race directors, although they're fighting for everything they can get, they always have great feedback, and whether you want to hear it or not. And so, yeah, the UCI designation has been absolutely a game changer for Joe Martin Stage Race.
It's super important for American bike racing as well to have those UCI opportunities to race, because there's less and less of them every year. But you guys have committed to making sure that these American teams will have an opportunity to race at UCI races.
Yeah, it's very important to me. Obviously, we love the crit on Sunday, and you'll see it live and in person later on this year. But tomorrow, I'm so glad we have the profile and of the crit. But stage racing is very important to me, and I joke with my crit brethren that, hey, I'm doing hundreds of miles of one day a year racing, and so of course that's always a little bit of a joke with each other.
Bruce, you talk about hundreds of miles of racing. Doing hundreds of miles of promoting is just as difficult as racing as well. Talk to me about this race and sort of where we're going today in the virtual world and in real life. I mean, where this one starts and where it ends. What's the area like? I mean, how do you describe where we're finishing at up on Mount Sequoyah?
Yeah, so that had always been a goal of mine, is to have some type of mountaintop finish. And, as Frankie knows, and Phil and you as well, it was really more of a sprinter that could climb our race. And so I wanted to have something that called out the climbers or the power climbers. In Mount Sequoyah, when you come here, it's one of the first things you'll see in the downtown area. And we love bringing the riders into downtown, and Mount Sequoyah was a perfect place. And so this is a very tough course. Actually, the women's race in person goes through Devil's Den, down the switchbacks that we raced up yesterday. It's a beautiful course. And then the men, they go out in some very remote areas, very hilly, rolling, tough terrain, and the climb is not the only tough part about today's race. They're going to hit a very steep climb that I'm sure we'll talk about a little bit later on. But then to bring it right into downtown and then turn and go up almost 20% grade and to the top of, really iconic place. It's got a cross that overlooks, it's lit up at night, that overlooks the downtown area. Phil knows it really well. That's where he stayed the last couple of years, so he can talk about it as well.
Right on. Thank you very much, Bruce. That's Bruce Dunn, race director with the Joe Martin Stage Race. Phil, it sounds like you're the local expert here.
I wouldn't call me the local expert. I've been calling the race, but I've always flown in or drove in through the years, coming from the Midwest or the Pacific Northwest or even Colorado. So some of it is new to me, especially in the college town where things change from year to year. The new restaurants, a lot of times we've had to deal with construction. The city's always growing, so there have been times where the criterium courses had to be changed, or we've added a stage that's outside of town with a different start and finish that doesn't get incorporated into more of a historical context year after year. But I think this Mount Sequoyah, or originally as it was called East Mountain, is definitely something to stay, because it allows the race to come into town in the evening but not shut everything down. Normally the stage 2 is Friday evening at 5, 6 o'clock when everybody else is trying to get out of work and we have all the roads shut down. So the people living there definitely give us some good graces and realize the importance of the race. But being up on Mount Sequoyah allows a little more normal life for people who have to work and live in Fayetteville all the time.
Yeah, Bruce actually told a story about the first time that he came across the Joe Martin stage race was when he tried to go to his store downtown and he couldn't get there. The road was closed. I think that's how a lot of people come across bike racing. But the people of Fayetteville seem to have embraced letting us take over for a few days every year and bring the show to Fayetteville, Arkansas. Taking a look at our chasers off the back. These guys have started to separate out a little bit. Blackburn, Hardin, Swart, Warner, Blodgett, and Ward. We're looking at Werner and Hardin riding here. You see Blackburn a little bit further back. These guys did have a nice group going, but looks like Hardin and Werner have set out on their own as this one going to split up a little bit. Not sure what the reasoning is here, Frankie. If these guys are just trying to lock in 21st and 22nd, maybe thinking that they can catch back onto the back of the group before they get to the bottom of the climb?
I'm not really sure either. I think there was the hill just before this, and on the downhill, they put out the power to be able to get over the hill, perhaps thinking, hey, I'm just going to try to get over this as quick as possible, and then they just have the momentum carrying them on the downhill section. So the guys in the back, I think, will gradually start to be able to catch up to the front two guys of Warner and Hardin. But, surprised a little bit also that they're breaking up because they just need to kind of get through the next 20 kilometers to get to the finish and then kind of try to recover as best as possible and get ready for a very, very difficult criterium tomorrow.
So we'll call that chase number 1, and this is chase 2. This is the John Cooper, Chris Navin, Kerry Warner, as they slowly work their way to the top of this uphill section here on a 15% grade on the way up. One of the steeper sections of the course here for these guys. Meanwhile, back to the front of the race. This is Bruce Bird going solo away.
Nice shot of Bruce Bird right there. So he had 5th yesterday on the prologue time trial. And so right now we've seen it before where he's tried to go solo in the Redlands race and got caught just before the end. So once again, like I said, I think a break can form to be able to go off. Look how soaking wet he is, though. It's like the hat, the jersey, everything on him is just drenched in sweat. The 52-year-old, though, not slowing down or waiting around for anyone right now. And so, he learned from what he did at the Redlands race, and he's striking out again to try to, I don't want to say make up for a mistake because it was a heroic ride, but I think he wants to be able to put the right finishing touch on it this time.
Yeah, a lot of different ways to win a virtual race like this. You can try and go solo. It has worked before, but the odds are certainly stacked against you. But if you're not a good sprinter, just like real-life racing, if you have no shot trying to win a group sprint, then might as well try and make a go of it. Might as well try and get away here. And I say sprint at the end in virtual racing terms because a lot of times, even on an uphill finish, we'll see a small group come to the line together and then just battle it out in basically the last 500 meters. So don't be surprised if we see a small group on the mountaintop finish today. Although, well, we'll see. I've never ridden the course in real life, and I have not previewed it on RGT, so it'll be interesting to see if this last climb is as tough as it looks on VeloViewer.
Looks like right now Bruce Bird putting about 5.5, 4.7 watts per kilogram. So starting to increase his gap, starting to be able to grow a little bit as the group, now, so these guys now have to worry about staying in the group, not getting gapped off or getting dropped, but also thinking about, hey, there's a rider up the road. Who's going to ride on the front to be able to put in the effort to be able to bring him back, especially 15 kilometers to go, a mountaintop finish. So a lot of things that these directors are going to have to figure out for the riders, or the riders are actually going to have to figure this out for themselves.
Yeah, this is where you hope that you did the recon before. Go ahead, Frankie.
And having a teammate, Brad. This is where having a teammate could actually come in handy, because if you have to be able to reel somebody back in, you could maybe put a Restart Racing rider up there, a Project Echelon rider up there, a Team Tour 2000 rider up there who wants to be able to protect Ben Thomas's lead and put Ben Thomas, very near the front for the bottom of the climb. right now it looks like Bird has just hit an uphill. So we're going to see what kind of gap he has going over the top of this. And this will be a good indication of how strong Bird is feeling compared to how strong the pack is, as Ravel right now getting gapped a little bit off the back.
Coming up on 200 meters between Bird and the field here. I'm really surprised, Frankie, that we see so many of these solo riders getting away. I'm not sure what the motivation is for the rest of the group, but it seems like in real life you have more riders that are willing to bridge up and try to join a breakaway when they first get started, but we really haven't seen that much in virtual racing. It's a lot tougher to try to draw riders with you on the virtual platforms.
It seems harder to get into a breakaway, and it seems also, I think it'd be harder to, in real life, you can read a race. You can kind of tell what moves are going to work, what moves aren't going to work. I don't think that kind of tactical awareness is as evident or plays out as well on the virtual platform. So Bird has struck out. He's trying to be able to hold that gap, but the rest of the riders have gradually made their way back up to them.
Hey, wait, what about now?
I think a lot of times you just put in that power and you just find yourself in the front. I think that's just kind of how it works out, and you just wait for everybody else to come up to you.
Meanwhile, Bruce Bird about to get drawn back into this group after his valiant attempt off the front. But looks like he'll get back into the group and try and find a little bit of time to recover. Tough place to get caught here on the way up, though, Frankie, because the drafting effect drops a little bit. So Bird not going to be getting as much of a draft as he would if he had gotten caught on a flatter section of the course.
Yeah, look at him grimacing. He's just trying to, out of the saddle, want to make sure he gets to the top with the front group, with the leaders. You can see about 4 riders getting dropped, way dangling off the back like that. And Charlie Velez is the one coming up to the front. Like, no surprise. I can only imagine what he looks like on the bike right now, considering how tough Bird looks like with the effort that he's putting up. But Charlie Velez, what a competitor right now as he's trying to push the pace.
Well, this is going to shred the back of the group here as these guys put in an effort on the front. So many times the race is really happening at the back of the field. It's the riders trying to survive in the group as we see guys like Bruce Bird setting a faster tempo up at the front. Velez taking over now, but a little bit of rest here from the elevation. So they take the opportunity to lower the power numbers just a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of these guys trying to be able to catch their breath, try to recover a little bit after that was a longer kind of a steep climb that they just went over there. Zach Nair now making it back up to the front. So Ben Thomas, your current, I'd say, GC leader, you can see right there from Great Britain in a very good position where he's managed to be able to stay in that front group right now.
Plenty of international riders here in the Echelon Racing League as you see the nationality to the left of their name and the name card up above. Very similar to the in real life Joe Martin stage race with so many international teams come to race. We're going to be seeing a lot more of the international riders around town in the next few months and next couple of years in Fayetteville as they have a ton of UCI events headed their way in 2021 and 2022. We just learned that Fayette Cross is going to be a UCI World Cup, but we're also getting hyped for the UCI World Cyclocross Championships coming to Fayetteville. Check this out. Fayetteville 2022 hosting the World Cyclocross Championships. I want to bring in Brooke Watts, the man responsible for bringing the World Championships to Fayetteville. Brooke, this has got to be exciting for you to have the World Championships back in the United States. It's going to be a big year for American Cross in 2021 and into 2022.
Hey, Brad. Yeah, it sure is. Really looking forward to it. I think this is ideal timing to bring World Championships back to the United States. Of course, we've had some great World Cups over the last few years. And as you mentioned earlier, Fayette Cross will now join the ranks of World Cups October 13th, midweek, Wednesday. We're going to have a big party up there on top of the hill at Centennial Park. Just a few, gosh, you can throw a rock from downtown Fayetteville and just about hit it. So it's going to be some great times in Northwest Arkansas.
Take me through where we're racing in Centennial Park, just outside of Fayetteville. Sounds like you guys are hard at work on the venue already.
Hey, here's the cool thing about this. This is a purpose-built park. It's got lots of mountain bike trails of all levels. So take your kids out there or go out there on your dual suspension bike and do the crazy stuff. But in addition to that, it's got this world-class cyclocross course that I've had the honor of designing, and people say, well, you know, what was your inspiration for this course? I say, well, you take an Arkansas hill that's kind of like the Ardennes, you sprinkle in a little Valkenburg, which hosted the World Championships a few years ago, you add just a little bit of Namur to it, and then spice it up with a whole lot of steps like Ruddervoort. And the result, the final product is going to be Centennial Park.
I love it. The perfect recipe for a perfect cross course. A little bit of everything, and certainly going to be an exciting race to come watch. And a great place to visit as well. Fayetteville is an awesome bike town. We encourage everyone not just to come out and watch, but this is the kind of place where you're going to want to come, ride, stay, eat, drink. It's going to be more than just a couple days of watching Cross Worlds.
Hey, we've got stuff happening for about 4 days straight. Come early, stay late, as we say. Gosh, you know, Joe Martin, an old friend of mine, you know, started this scene down there years and years ago. It continues to this day. You know, like any university town, it's vibrant. It's got a lot going on. It's just a really cool place to hang out, made that much better by all the cool cycling that's going on.
Well, I know it's been a long time in the making, January 29th and 30th in 2022. So, Brooke, I want to say thanks for all your hard work, not just on Fayetteville 2022, but bringing all the cyclocross events that you have over the years to the United States. It's all coming together, it seems like, in the last few years as we continue to make progress here in the U.S. So I hope you get a little rest after this one. But, yeah, big thank you from the entire cycling community to you.
My pleasure. I enjoy it as much as everyone else does. Enjoy the rest of the race. We're getting up to the finish, aren't we?
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. That's Brooke Watts, the director of Fayetteville 2022, Mr. Cyclocross himself here in the United States. All right. Well, I know Brooke's a racing fan because he saw that we went inside 10K and was like, all right, we're going to get back to the race action. Chris Uberti taking a look off the front here for the first Internet Bank cycling team, giving himself a little bit of a gap up back to Alec Jones. But, Frankie, look how much this thing has separated up at the front. Uberti clearly wants to split this group early on.
Yeah, Uberti striking out early with 10 kilometers to go. He's a strong rider. So, you know, alarm bells should be going off, and Alec Jones is reacting to that to be able to get up to his wheel. So both of these guys, 5.7, 5.5 watts per kilogram, 540 watts. Big effort coming from Uberti as Alec Jones just closes up the gap. Now Uberti has to be able to get on that wheel and take advantage of the draft. Look at the chase coming behind, though. Charlie Velez leading them on this downhill to try to bring back the two leaders.
All right, so Berti and Jones going to link up here, and then we see Velez's name tag up at the top of the group behind them. So we'll see if these guys can get away. Alec Jones and Chris Uberti with just about 50 meters off the front. Kevin Bouchard-Hall still in this one. Oliver Dowd in the mix as well. The Canadians starting to move forward. And then we see Charlie Beek there off to the left-hand side starting to move up as well. So at some point, these guys are going to have to make a decision. Do we all keep working together to try to bring back the two leaders up the road, or do we try and go across and shut it down? They already made the catch here, but it will happen again. Guys will get away in the next 8.7 kilometers until we get to the finish here.
Well, that's a good opportunity to kind of test some of the legs on some of the other riders. I mean, coming up on an hour and a half of racing. So talked about that fatigue starting to set in. Anytime there's going to be a little bit of a gradual uphill, riders are going to take advantage of that. And looks like one rider just got caught off the back there trying to be able to get back in. And I think that might be Melville just latching on right there in the blue jersey. So, the group keeps shrinking and shrinking. And I agree, Brad. I think this is going to continue to dwindle down, especially when we get to the bottom part of the climb, which again is the steeper part of the climb. So obviously that's going to be the toughest challenge for the riders leading in towards the finish.
All right, back with the Chasers, keeping an eye on 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th with Blackburn, Blodgett, Warner, and Swart. These guys still together. Remember, Blackburn and Blodgett had fallen off earlier with Warner getting away up the front. And then you see one up the road. These guys at 11.5K to go, so it's about 2 kilometers, maybe a little more back to these guys. So it'll be its own separate battle. This group of 5 going to duke it out. And looks like they're about to swallow up one more. I think that's Will Harden up the road in the red jersey. That should be Harden from Draft. There we go. So it looks like they're going to come back together in the Chasers behind them.
Pretty fast speeds, considering it's just a very, very gradual, almost a false flat downhill, almost 50 kilometers per hour. As we go back up to our leaders, looking at, looks like Bertie was in 5th. I think, Bird on the attack again. So unbelievable. Bruce Bird not waiting around for anybody, decided to be able to go up the road one more time, trying to see if anybody else can come up to him. Talked about him having a former triathlon and duathlon background. So a good triathlete, duathlon's got a running background. It means he's got to have a pretty good aerobic engine, and obviously he's showing that here.
So far, the thing that has impressed me is that mental aspect of being able to hold this effort and concentrate on the screen and be in the zone, but be aware at the same time.
A couple riders taking some flyers as Melville goes up the road. I see Kevin Bouchard Hall on the far left-hand side. He's racing for Restart Racing. He's another good cross rider, and that's the thing with the virtual racing. You get a lot of crossover. Riders from the mountain biking we've seen them from cross. We've seen them from road. So a lot of crossover for a lot of the riders coming into this virtual platform. Keeping good winter fitness, but also trying, experiencing something new. And I think really that's a big appealing factor is, for some of these guys that have been racing for a long time, they've done, they've been riding on the road, they've done 100 criteriums. This is something new to them. And I think that makes it very appealing coming onto the either, the RGT platform or the Zwift platform, either one.
Yeah, riders always looking for something new. Here goes Bruce Bird again, looking for a little bit of space off the front as they go under 6 kilometers to go. You talked about the focus earlier, Phil. You see Bruce just staring at the screen here, making sure that he's keeping an eye on the riders behind him.
It's a nice move, too. Nice move here because he didn't wait for the uphill when everybody's going flat out. He waited for it to flatten out a little bit where everybody paused, where they try to catch their breath, and that's when he struck out. So he almost caught them sleeping a little bit flat-footed. He took advantage of that, and I think that's the experience coming from Bruce Bird, where we're going to see if he can pay it off, in 5 kilometers. The Canadian doing a fantastic ride right now.
Well, the video that we're seeing on our screen right now is the last 3 kilometers of the in real life course. Our race director, Bruce Dunn, went out and shot this. So this is exactly what the last 3 kilometers look like. Phil, it's mostly flat here. It kicks up pretty quickly as you get into the last kilometer or so.
Yeah, and you're starting to come into town, so definitely more houses, more side streets. You can see the road quality. They're always working on the roads and not potholey like some places I've been. So it'll start winding into town, and then it goes up along the Skyline Drive towards the Mount Sequoyah Woods property.
Is the width of the road an issue here? Do they enforce a yellow line rule? Is it a full closure for the riders? I mean, can you get to the front at this point if you need to?
I believe it is. It probably depends on which race. I think the pro athletes caravans are different than the amateur possibly. Bruce always has an officials group for each of the races. So they're all, even though it's one big event, there's 3 separate races going on. And then obviously our amateurs and category racing for everybody else on the weekend. All right,
so now it looks like it's starting to get tough. Yeah, the climbing starts.
And you can see up ahead, that's where we're going, up the hill.
It's very ominous, isn't it, being able to see that mountain or see the climb off in the distance. You can see it from a few places on the course. It's kind of looming in the background when you're downtown. You never really get away from that climb, do you?
Right, that's for sure. And it's that idea of I'm here and I got to be up there kind of thing.
It's hard to imagine that you're going to make it all the way up there by the end of the race, isn't it? When you're looking at it, kind of like when you're climbing and you look at the next peak over, and you're like, I can't believe that we're going to go over there. But just got to get to it and start tapping the tempo out. So things are getting real tough here, Phil.
Yeah, and there's some more twists and turns as we move along towards that Skyline Drive that'll wind us around. Again, a residential area, definitely a great place to live. I would think 4th of July here would be awesome, no matter which backyard you're in. Yep, we're starting to get close to the turn here.
Well, you know, the more I watch this in real life footage, the more it makes me think this would be really, really tough to do by yourself, because it's not quite like an alpine climb, right, where you can get away. If you got a small group that can work together, I would think it would be pretty easy for them to sort of drag back a solo or small group of riders. Meanwhile, Bruce Bird in our virtual world is growing his lead. He is up over 200 meters ahead of this chase group behind him. So Bird taking advantage of the incline on the course here. But Phil, starting to get up there. We're into the last, kilometer and a half, about halfway through the last 3K here on our video.
Yeah, we're getting close. Again, I'm always at the top, so this view is, especially at this time of the year, is a little different.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? As the announcers, we go to these races so many times, but there's so much that you miss from the race. So it's kind of cool to be able to see this from the first person perspective. This is basically what the riders are looking at if you're on the front of the field.
Yeah, there's a gate, an archway that they'll go through that is really the indicator of the steep kick up to the finish. And this is more the Skyline Drive, I believe.
Frankie, if you're looking at this one as a director, I mean, looking at this course recon, what do you tell the guys? I mean, how do you describe this finishing climb? What's your advice for a win on the Mount Sequoyah climb?
Well, sitting at about 3 to 5% grade, it's kind of it's a little bit gradual with a couple of kick ups. So it's a power climber. It's not it's not going to be the skinny lightweight climber that's going on a super steep uphill that's going to be able to take this. This is a power climber, and so obviously you mentioned it, Brad. You could put a team on the front here to be able to chase down anything. You could keep a lot of momentum going. Going away solo on this type of road coming into the finish, I think, would be really, really hard in real life. But right now, I think Bruce Bird is doing a fantastic job, and he's only got 2 kilometers to go. And so, he's got his work cut out for him, but right now he's looking like he's putting in a really good ride.
Yeah, so this video is showing the last 3 kilometers, so we're a little bit past where Bird's about to be, where he's headed right now at 2 kilometers in the virtual world. This right-hand turn, and then it gets even steeper on the way up here. It seems like the climbing never stops on the way up. Just this constant, like, 5% grind for these guys, Phil.
Yeah, and there's enough. Okay, here we are. We're coming through the gates, and this is it. The drag race up to the finish line.
Oh, that's cool. It's almost like Flamme Rouge, like the 1K to go marker, but you hit the gates and then it's like, let's go.
And this would be where our stage is set up and the finish line banner would be.
Very cool. And that's what Bruce Bird is hoping to see when he gets there, hoping that he's the first to arrive to the virtual finish line up at the top of Mount Sequoyah here. All right, Ben Thomas leading the chase back in the group. Yeah, go ahead, Frankie.
Yeah, Ben Thomas leading that chase, but it looked like Bruce Bird had just passed one of those signs on the side of the road that say how far it is to the finish. So I'm not really sure what that marker said, which Thomas is just getting ready to come up to. So your overall leader right now, Ben Thomas. So Thomas winning that time trial right now is in full pursuit, trying to be able to bring back Bird. So got to keep, look, 157 meters. Let's just call it 160, and let's see where this takes us as Bird is trying to be able to hold off the rest of the group. But nice gap right now as he turns at only 1.4 kilometers to go.
Well, you know this climb is tough because the separation is already happening in the group. This is the first time that we've seen separation happen this early at 1.4K to go for Ben Thomas. Dowd trying to chase behind him, but Bird looking better and better as he continues to power away off the front of this one. Now, remember, Ben Thomas is looking at the overall and the stage win here. It's really GC time for the weekend, but then the winner of the GC is then converted into a points-based competition for the Omnium. Boy, look how steep this is for Bruce Bird. He's got 1K to go here as this kicks up to 15%. Oy, 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 oy.
Yeah, this looks a little bit different than that video we just saw. 15%. But Bird, did you see the gap change? We called it 160. Now it's like at 230. So Bird doing a fantastic ride. I think Bird is going to pull this off. He missed out at Redlands, but right now Bird has a great chance, and he knows it. He is putting it all up. And look at Thomas. Holy Moses. Ben Thomas now flying up the road as he goes through the 1K marker.
Best can smell Bruce Bird up the road now.
Yeah, the saving grace for Bird is that this is going to flatten out a little bit. This is going to allow him to keep some momentum and be able to hold off Thomas. But, man, what a move. He showed that he won that time trial, Ben Thomas, with great form, and he's showing it again right now, trying to be able to win here on Mount Sequoyah.
Gap is 200 meters. Bird is coming up to 500 meters to go. I think Ben Thomas is going to run out of real estate here, and Bruce Bird is going to get his first win in the Echelon Racing League.
Unbelievable ride. I'm just amazed. At Redlands, he went away for that long time, got caught just before the finish. And the thing is with Bird, Thomas has been silent, right? Very quiet, sitting in, not doing anything, saving everything for the final climb. Bird has been attacking. He's been off the front 2 or 3 times, and now this is the time where he's off the front once again, trying to be able to make it count. All he's got to do is get around a couple more turns, 150 meters from victory. And Bruce Bird, you also have to keep in mind, the GC time is on the line.
So he's got Thomas behind him, closing the gap. Bird just trying to hold on for a stage win here. And it looks like he's going to do it as the Canadian for Draft Racing will take the Mount Sequoyah Road Race. Bruce Bird, your winner on day 2 of the virtual Joe Martin stage race. Man, for a guy that we've seen off the front of this race, this series, pretty much every day, it finally pays off for Bruce Bird out there today. That has got to be a good feeling, Frankie.
He's got to be super stoked. I mean, you can see he's just exhausted over the bike. And also, he picks up, I think, about 10 seconds in getting closer to Ben Thomas. So Bruce Bird moving up in the general classification with the rest of the riders coming across the line. What a tough finish. I'd say, I mean, I don't know. Usually, driving in a car and seeing a video, the road looks really different. But this finishing course, the way it was, looked completely different than what we saw in that video. But now Bruce Bird is all smiles. And I tell you, he's got to be happy to finally pull off that victory he's been shooting for.
All right, we're going to grab a word with Bruce here in a second. We'll let these guys roll in, let our last riders finish here. As do our best to try and keep track of everyone out there on course. So this is the Warner Hardin group. We saw Will Hardin rolling off the front of this group earlier. Here's Charlie Revel, who fell off the pace of the main group. Looks like Revel suffered late in the race out there today. A little surprising. Charlie Revel, usually a guy that's in there in the mix.
Yeah, Revel with some good results, but look at the time. An hour and 45 minutes of racing. That's a long time on the bike. And so a lot of the times, when you're training, you're not really doing 2-hour, inside riding episodes. But he's also a bigger rider. He's 6'2". He's 184 pounds. And so that, those little hills are going to take it out on you for Charlie Revel. And, he suffered a little bit today.
All right, Ravel on the way in. Looks like he will hold on for 14th place, and then English in 15th, Olenicek in 16th. All right, let's go to our Zoom room and see if we can grab a word with our race winner.
Let's just go. Bruce, congratulations. Can you hear us here?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Congratulations. You finally got the win out there, man. I was talking to Frank earlier. It's like every race we see you go off the front, and it finally pays off today. That's got to feel good.
Brad, Frankie, I don't know if anyone else is with you guys, but I want to thank you so much for doing this for the cycling community. Eric Hill for putting this on. Gives me something to look forward to. We're all in our own homes. We get a chance to be with everyone from across, Europe and U.S., Canada, just a chance to get together and ride. It's a special thing, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you suffering. We were also talking about how cool it is to get an inside look at this. I know it's sort of invasive to have this Zoom camera in your face all day, but it's been really awesome being able to watch you guys put these efforts out and watching you dominate solo off the front out there today. Was there a point where you thought, I might have this one? I mean, was there a point today when you got that last breakaway where you were like, this one might work today?
Well, I felt good yesterday, and then I told myself today, do not go out until you've ridden at least an hour. So it's like almost like settle down, no breaks, no break. And it was mostly like after one climb, it was gradual downhill. It's not really ideal for going on a break. And then just see, I knew that if we all climbed together at 82 kilos, well, I'm, not winning the race. So in the spirit of Matt Usborne, took off, didn't work, tried again, and the guys didn't chase. So I just held it, and my son over here is cheering me on. Super fun. Soon he'll be racing this too, hopefully. So, yeah, I just held on, and they were coming and coming and coming.
Usborne, the trailblazer. We saw that workout last week for him, the solo move. Pretty cool to be able to get the win in front of your son as well. I saw the high five afterwards. That's always cool. Have a little extra motivation.
Yeah, that's super. I got to give credit to Ben Thomas's team. He did a great time trial yesterday. His whole team was like controlling it, knowing he could climb so well. And then the chase he put on to close it down. I think in the overall, he holds the lead. So really, it's a great victory for Ben as well.
Well, Bruce, congratulations on the win today. One more day of racing here in the virtual Joe Martin stage race. Obviously, the crit tomorrow going to be significantly different. But what do you think about back-to-back wins? It's worth a shot, right?
Hey, if I can finish with the lead group in the crit, it's a win for me. I like the steady effort.
Get a little rest.
Like Frankie, you get older, you want to keep that effort, and you can hold it. But as soon as you up, down, that's really not useful types. So I hope I could do it. Keep with the group tomorrow and let some sprinters shine at the end.
There you go. Horses for courses. You got to adjust your expectations for the day. Bruce Bird, congratulations, winner on stage 2 of the virtual Joe Martin stage race.
Thank you.
There you go, Frankie. You know, it's just the ups and downs that you got to get through. A little different race tomorrow, but Bruce Bird getting the win by 15 seconds over Ben Thomas. How about that gap? 16 back to Ali Jones. Chris Huberti ends up 4th place on the day, and Charlie Velez in 5th place. You can see how close these guys are together. But look at the watts per kilogram. Bruce Bird doing 3.98. Thomas had to do a 4.41 average to come in 15 seconds down on Bruce Bird. So it just goes to show you saving that energy early on was effective for Bird today.
Yeah, he said he had to pace himself or control himself for that first hour. But I thought it was funny when he mentioned old and Frankie, how he put that in the same sentence. I'm like, how does that work? But I was also curious, next time we speak with him, there's a picture of a cyclist behind him on the wall. And I'm curious on who that might be, the inspiration on that wall like that. So we'll be able to check in with him next time and be able to figure that out. But again, so he takes 15 seconds out of Ben Thomas, but mission accomplished for Ben Thomas. He's going to hang on to the overall lead. And what an incredible ride for Bruce Bird. I mean, he has been knocking on the door, just not getting it done. But today, it was an exceptional performance, and it really worked out to perfection for him.
All right, well, as we get ready for our pro women's race coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to take a short break here from the virtual Joe Martin stage race, and we'll have pro women's coverage when we come back.
As an athlete, getting marginally better is one thing. Getting exponentially better puts you in a whole new ballgame. Biomoto uses a proprietary digital process to capture movement at 200 frames per second and 70 sensors per foot to measure ground-based forces, resulting in advanced motion analysis that's up to 10 times more accurate than orthotics. It's the data generated by this process that allows Biomoto to construct custom insoles that make athletes faster, stronger, and more stable, and result in an unprecedented 95% success rate.
The world is changing.
I'm looking to do things better.
To improve.
Just because it's always been that way doesn't mean it's right.
I embrace change.
I seek adventure and discovery.
I explore and explore.
To know the unknown.
Even in the toughest moments, we ride together.
Even in the moments when we're at our limits.
We support each other. It's time to move up a level.
To push that little bit harder.
Changes we make now will make the future better for all.
The efforts we put in today
will pay dividends tomorrow.
We all have the power to up the game.
To build something better.
It's not time to play.
It's time to get real.
It's time to be a game changer.
The 2020 Echelon Racing League is brought to you by Biomoto. Move better. Find the motor in you. By Project Echelon. Educate, equip, and empower. By Hyperice. Move better and enhance your recovery with Hyperice. And by Nations, enhancing the reach of esports, including the Echelon Racing League. A beautiful look at Devil's Den State Park, where we were yesterday for the opening time trial of the virtual Joe Martin stage race. But Moving to Mount Sequoyah today for the road race here on stage 2 as our pro men just wrapping up, getting ready for our pro women's race up next here. Frankie, a surprise out there, I think, for the pro men's race. Seeing a solo rider able to get away from that far out, there's got to be some intel there for the women's field getting ready to roll off. Sorry about that. We'll bring Frankie back in here in a minute. I was just talking about how surprising it was to see a solo rider able to get away for Bruce Bird, because typically we see these riders at least stay together a little bit closer until they get to the line. Big field turning out today as our riders starting to check in on the Zoom room. Let's bring Phil back in here. Phil, the gaps today, 15 seconds from first to second, 1 second from second to third, and then 3 seconds from third to fourth. Is that typical with how these finishes usually look? I mean, is it ones and twos coming in with a few seconds in between? Is it a solo rider? I mean, how does this one normally end in terms of gaps?
Yeah, I would say this is like the last time the women went up. Chloe Dygert went on her own trying to get to the finish line and separated herself. Same way as Mr. Bird did there for the men. So that's not an uncommon thing. You push your chips in and go with what you've got and see if anybody else can respond.
Well, we saw the last 3K on video earlier, but let's go back to the first half of this race because there's some action there, especially this little climb. About halfway through, we saw that's where the first big split of the race happened, and then things kind of chill out for the next third of the race until they get into the last roughly, let's say 15, 20 kilometers of racing. That's where things really start to go uphill, and then you see this last little up kick here before they head into the last 3K that we saw on video there. So, Frankie, did you learn anything from watching that men's race that you're going to be looking for in the women's race? I mean, any big changes, anything surprise you from the women's race?
One of the things that surprised me is the couple kickers right in the middle of the course that I think could catch them by surprise, but also much steeper the finish than what looked like on the video that we saw from Bruce Dunn. And so it's a hard mountaintop finish. The riders are really going to have to pay attention to. That average gradient really doesn't do it justice because when it kicks up, you're going to have the power to get over the those little bumps to be able to get to the finish line, and also the distance. It's going to be a long race, and so going over 2 hours on the trainer, that's going to be challenging for no matter who's doing it.
All right, let's talk about who to watch for out there today. Jackie Godby, the odds-on favorite with a dominant series lead over Krista Doble-Hickok. Godby 100 points coming into this one for the Triple X Racing Atletico squad. Eleanor Wiseman had a great ride yesterday on the time trial, sitting in third place overall for the Amy D Foundation, tied with Christy Tracy from Team Infinite. So that's going to be a great one to watch. Then you see Stephanie Sidlick from the Canyon Esports team sitting in fifth place at 144 points. These can all change today. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh place. The Joe Martin Stage Race can absolutely reshuffle those placings. So don't be surprised to see a change in the overall at the end of this one after the criterium tomorrow for the Experience Fayetteville Crit. Team standings looking pretty similar. Insured, presented by Pedal Power with 404 points to the Velocity Vixens 324. Amy D Foundation also consistent in third with 380. And then some of the smaller teams a little further down, including some riders that were racing for the national team. They got some points there because they were registered under the national team, but obviously switching to trade teams after that. And then Project Echelon sitting in eighth with Draft Racing sitting in ninth. All right, live racing about to get underway, but before we do that, let's go look at that time trial from yesterday because I think we're going to have a pretty good idea of who's going to be hot for that final climb, Frankie. The early fast intermediate time being set by V Win, but then we were watching Godby and Tracy duke it out. Some riders set an early fast time like Stephanie Sidlick. She took that European time slot, so she would end up moving into, I think, third on the day. But it was really interesting watching Godby and Tracy battle in a time trial. They started 30 seconds behind one another, so they could actually see each other on course, and it was pretty cool having two of our fastest riders, the last two riders, to leave the start pen yesterday.
Yeah, it was neat to be able to have them right next to each other so they could almost target each other. But Godby was just so powerful, and really you could see her putting out a huge effort to be able to take the win. Great time that she did was Godby finishing up in 10 minutes and 3 seconds, 5.57 watts per kilogram. And then you had mentioned the two riders that went off earlier in the European start at noon was Stephanie Sidlick, who finished up second, and Lauren Matson-Coe, who finished up third. Both of them went going off earlier, and you can see 11 seconds back and 16 seconds back. So overall, the GC is still pretty darn close. And Christy Tracy is going to be a factor today. I think she's going to be pretty aggressive.
Yeah, this course should suit Tracy much better, as the ultra endurance rider will have a little bit of room to work with, but there is nobody with more pressure on them than Jackie Godby, the current series leader for the XXX Racing Atletico squad. Godby has been so good this season, Frankie, not just strong, but I think consistent is maybe the best word to describe Jackie Godby. Every single race, she's been able to find a good result.
Her power, it just, it sets it off for what she's able to do, from Gila to Redlands to the criteriums to the time trials. She's incredibly consistent and very, very powerful. And she's also really has taken this as a true professional would. In other words, she focuses on warm-up, she focuses on nutrition, she focuses on hydration, having a director, recovery, getting ready. I mean, she is committed to this Echelon Racing Series, and she's pulling it off with having an enormous amount of wins.
And looking to add one more today. I think she's actually got one more than we have on the graphic there. As we go inside 30 seconds to our race start, you see the Zoom room getting ready. And Phil, this is one of my favorite parts of virtual racing, watching the start here as we see everybody ramp up their power in the Zoom room at the same time, as they all try and get it as high as they can when it starts counting down. So here we go. Look at everyone getting out of the saddle here. It's almost like a Le Mans start, like you have to run to your bike. It kind of mixes up the way things start here in the Echelon Racing League. So we're underway and rolling with stage 2 of the virtual Joe Martin stage race.
Well, immediately you can see the big power. Numbers are in the red. Red numbers means a big effort and a high heart rate, and that's exactly what's taken off. 5.7 watts per kilogram coming from Eleanor Weissman. Bonacici's up there. McGregor, Tracy, Godby, Double Hickok. She's good. She's a very good climber. You got to be able to watch out for her. She came down to a drag race on Oak Glen with Jacqueline Godby on that Redlands Oak Glen race. And so those are going to be two names that we're going to see a little bit later on. But again, going through this race course, there's a couple spots where it kicks up to 10, 12, 13%. Could catch some riders off guard. And as the distance goes by, as that time goes by, we're going to see fatigue start to set in on some of the riders' legs. And this group will gradually dwindle.
A good look at Christy Tracy wearing a different jersey today. You'll notice she's wearing a different jersey than her avatar. She is wearing the green jersey that she won earlier this year in the first virtual Joe Martin stage race over on Zwift. She won the sprint competition there. You get a real-life jersey for winning, so she decided to wear her green jersey for the stage today. So Christy Tracy swapping out her jerseys for today's day of racing. One of the cool overlaps here, we're sending jerseys to the real-life winners. They get a chance to wear the same jersey, just like you won the race in real life. So kind of a cool little memento from your win or your effort in the Echelon Racing League.
I think that's been a nice touch with some of the races. Like Armed Forces, they sent out that medal to the winners, and some of the other races they send out something that is significant to that race. And I think, with the virtual platform being able to do that, it gives the riders a little bit extra motivation to be able to, have something to show what they had accomplished on that day. So it just makes it fun, and I think that's a good part about the virtual racing is, and we've seen that with some of the men riders like Swart dressing up, keeping it fun, keeping it relaxed. I mean, sure, we want to race hard, we're going to be hard, but at the same time, got to be able to keep this a fun platform to make it enjoyable.
You see Stephanie Sidlick moving up. How about her effort yesterday? Maybe one of the more impressive rides for the Canyon Esports team, again, taking that earlier slot, so we didn't get to watch her racing with the North American riders. But Sidlick has been super impressive, too. You talked about the consistency of Jackie Godby. Sidlick has been there as well. Every single race. Part of it is just turning up, Frankie. I mean, just being able to be there for every weekend of racing, trying to sort of work your life around that. There's a little bit of rearranging to make sure that you can make it to every one of these races.
It's a time commitment for sure. And so definitely a lot of these riders making sacrifices to be able to make sure that they can be able to do this for each weekend that we're having these races. But Sidlick did a fantastic ride. I mean, she had the best time until Jacqueline Godby went late in the day, finishing up second in the time trial. So she's only, 11 seconds out of the general classification. And Sidlick's a pretty decent climber. I mean, in real life, she's a good climber. She's won the Mount Washington Hill Climb. She's ridden races like Redlands. She's ridden Joe Martin. She's ridden Tour of Gila. So experienced in real life, experienced on the virtual platform. Things are shaping up very well for her today, and it could be a day that she's able to take advantage of.
All right, let's go a little further back in the group here as we're already starting to see some riders coming off the back of this one. This is Monahan in 17, so it looks like Wiseman going to be the last rider that makes that selection up into 16, so that'll be 16 in the front group, and then Danny Monahan trying to hold on in 16th. Kim Brown from Draft Racing, a little further back, also solo here. And then this will be Little behind her in 19th, as Ariel Little from the Amy D Foundation tries to work out the solo tempo here.
Yeah, Amy Little out of Los Angeles, just you get caught out at the start, and this is one of those uphills that these riders have to pay attention to. Double Hickok's on the front pushing the pace. Chaffin's trying to respond to that. Bearing is right in there. Somebody's getting dropped just off the back there. So these are these little kickers that are catching the riders by surprise. Have to be able to put out the effort, because if the gap opens up, very, very hard to be able to get back on, and that's why they have that laser focus, watching the screen, seeing where they are in the group, seeing whose numbers are turning red. Because if you see somebody's numbers turning red, you need to turn your numbers to red in order to keep up.
Yeah, so much of this is just watching the ride and being able to respond to it. And a few riders coming back into the group here. Laura Matson-Coe, certainly not one that you would expect to see off the back, but looks like she's just working through the platform.
Yeah, and behind Matson-Coe, you saw, I think, Strelow's just behind there. Beauville's behind there. So they, you can see a big effort right now coming from McGregor and Bearing and Harris. All of them at 5.56 watts per kilogram. You don't see them on the screen right now. They're chasing. They're about 20 meters back, so they're trying to get up to where Matson-Coe is in order to reconnect with this group. So one rider I was very impressed with. These are the chase group I was just talking about that's just off the back, trying to be able to get back up there. But one rider very, very impressed with yesterday with the ride that she did was V Win. Had not seen her on some of the other races that we have been doing, but they win just an incredible ride yesterday to be able to have the fastest time split at one point and finishing up only 24 seconds down. So she's right there in the hunt. So really glad to be able to see that, the young 24-year-old racing for Insured out of Seattle, Washington. So Buonassisi, Bearing, and Harris, these three connecting at 13, 14, and 15. Sitting right now just off the back. They're the chase group trying to be able to come back up to our leader. Sitting right at about 3.2 watts per kilogram. So this is the second chase group that's out on the road as Buonassisi is leading them, the Canadian right there. Looking back at our leaders, Sidlick, Godby, the well-known names that we're all familiar with by watching this series. Double Hickok. Wynn is in there also. Chaffin and Weissman. So immediately from the start, after we've got over two little climbs, we've really come down to an elite group. 67 kilometers to go still. Phil, look at these little uphills. You can see everybody going to the red. This is the part I was talking about. You mentioned a couple of these kickers kind of pop up on this race course, making it super hard for a lot of the riders out there.
For sure. It's hard to be efficient and hold that zone when you have to double your energy output for a little kicker and try and recover. And that's after yesterday. So criterium even more important.
Yeah, that's a great point. After going totally anaerobic yesterday on the short time trial, being able to repeat that kind of effort. But look at it, 7 watts per kilogram I saw from Tracy just a minute ago on those little uphills. Chaffin now struggling a little bit, trying to be able to keep up. So Morgan Chaffin from Velocity Vixen out of Nebraska started cycling as a spin class teacher and has moved on into bike racing, has actually raced Joe Martin before, had a bad crash in Joe Martin, and so started doing a triathlon, and so has found herself kind of full circle, almost back to the spin class, except in a more professional manner by racing in the virtual world here. So she's just off the back right here. She's done this enough times where she knows, you know, losing that draft is critical, so she's going to try to be able to get back up there. For a lot of the riders racing in the Joe Martin stage race, it kind of, you know, it changes, as Phil had mentioned, year after year, you know. With the Mount Sequoyah, with this hill climb. Phil, how many years have we done the Mount Sequoyah hill climb?
I believe it's just 2.
So a relatively new change because...
Yeah.
Yeah, relatively new change because a lot of the times the riders were... you had talked about, I don't want to say they were complaining, but it's just the kind of it's a UCI stage race. It really wasn't playing out as I think the race director had wanted it to play out.
Yeah, and Bruce also wants to make a really great stage race experience. Race on time, the time trial, the road racing, the criterium, everything all together to find that kind of complete event and allow those riders to have this chance, at least in the United States, stage race.
No, right, absolutely. It's been pretty amazing on how this race has been able to continue to grow as we go back up to our leaders. So right now, looking at our front group, Doble Hickok doing a great job of being able to stay up there with Godby, Matson Co., Tracy, Vi Win, Eleanor Weissman, Seidlich, all the riders that did very well in the time trial. I mean, I'd have to go back and kind of look at the results of the time trial to see who might be missing out on this, but generally, with a quick glance, your top 10 in yesterday's time trial are your top 10 on the road right now. Oh, Chaffin is so close. Putting in a big effort. She can 3.6 watts per kilogram. She just needs the others to slow down a little bit. Getting ready to get on this uphill. This is the part where she could just get out of the saddle and try to close it. I mean, it's only 50 meters, but I use only tentatively because at the speed that they're going at 30 kilometers per hour, the power that they're putting out, it's a tough challenge for her. She just needs somebody to be able to sit up in that front group to kind of ease off. And that's something you don't usually see from Christy Tracy or Jackie Godby. Godby loves riding at her own tempo at about 4 watts per kilogram, but Chaffin now, 5.5 watts per kilogram. If I was on the side of the road, I'd be ringing the bell as loud as I can, cheering her on to try to be able to get back up to our leader. Going behind Chaffin, now we go to McGregor sitting in 9th place. So just behind McGregor, we got a chase group of 3. They're going to try to be able to get up to McGregor, which then make it a chase group of 4, which would be better for them considering still 64 kilometers of racing to go. Esther Beauville, kind of surprised, perhaps having some problems. Amy Strelau, also 2 riders very prominent on the Echelon Racing Series, and along with Rogers, who's out there. Quick glance back up to our leaders. You can see just behind there, Megan Chaffin just hasn't been able to catch back on. And it's Godby. I mean, if you want to blame somebody, it's Godby, because Godby just seems to be riding her tempo that she does at 3.5 watts per kilogram. But big effort from Chaffin trying to be able to get back up there. Great to be able to see her not giving up, trying to be able to get back on. She's a good time trialist, Morgan Chaffin. I mean, if she's done triathlon, she's raced Ironman. I mean, if you're going to do something like an Ironman, you're going to have to be able to do, all three of those disciplines pretty darn well. And so she's got that time trialing ability. It's just that front group keeping that speed at about 35 kilometers per hour is making it tough. You can see Vi win, Godby, Tracy, Sidlick again. It's the top riders that did well in the time trial. So it's the most powerful riders in the race right now have formed that front group. Coming up on, man, so early on in the race though, 13 minutes into the race. Phil, have you ever been back to Fayetteville when it wasn't for the race?
No, I haven't. But early in my Joe Martin experience, and this is 19 years now, there was a race in Fort Smith at the other end of the year. So I at least went back to Arkansas, and I was able to connect with folks from Fayetteville who would come down to Fort Smith. So close, but not exactly.
No, and it's kind of interesting because, right, when we go to the races, it's at the same time of the year. When when Joe Martin stage race was taking place, it was in April. We always went in April. Leaves on the trees, college town. A lot of college students all around, and so I was just thinking about that because when we were looking at the video that Bruce had filmed, there was no leaves on the tree. It was all winter. It was all kind of barren. So very, very different. And so really, I've never been to Fayetteville during the winter months when it's cold. I only know it, during the good months of nice, beautiful spring weather, which Fayetteville usually, for the Joe Martin stage race, that's usually what occurs.
Yeah, that's right. The spring is definitely Joe Martin in my mind for so many of the years now. And the weather there is the weird thing in the spring because they're near that tornado alley. So a number of times there have been, 8 or 10 tornadoes that have gone through the week before, and what roads and trees are going to be down and that kind of mess. But then it'll be hot, and it's the first hot stint of the year, and you're in 80 degree Fahrenheit weather and trying to get used to shorts and not getting sunburned. So it definitely can be different extremes in the spring in Fayetteville.
And some challenging courses also because of those race distances. I mean, we talk about this being a longer virtual race at about 73 kilometers. That could translate over to what it happens in real life. Joe Martin is, you're in the 100-mile range for some of these road races. And that's a big appealing factor, is that they keep the real road racing sense for many of the riders to be able to come to Fayetteville to be able to get those two big road races over 100 miles. But the difficulty for the riders, a lot of them, it's not their first time doing 100 miles, but it might be their first time racing 100 miles for that year. And that becomes challenging, especially when you throw in those hard climbs. And so, Phil, I'm sure you've seen some cracked riders at the finish of some of these events.
Well, and it's cracked on Saturday, and you still got to get to Sunday. How do you recover after you've gone too far? That's the whole weekend together. The long game is really so important, but you need to spend enough each day to be relevant, right? Make the time cut, still help your leader or maintain your position in relevance to the other competitors close to you on GC. It's a multitude of stories all at the same time.
Yeah, that's a great point, because it's not just you're spent because of that day. It's 3 days of racing, that cumulative factor of fatigue setting in, getting ready to do that super hard criterium on Sunday, which is what we're going to be tackling tomorrow with the criterium. So, but that's a beautiful criterium. I mean, downtown Fayetteville there with that hill. It's a great, actually spectator-friendly course where you can see a lot of the riders when they whip around that course. So look forward to kind of seeing tomorrow. But for now, Christy Tracy on the front right now, just kind of doing her thing. We talked about her being Masters National 24-hour time trial champion. So if you want to talk about endurance, Christy Tracy is a rider that can go the distance, and she's just she gets into this aerodynamic position, which is very different than what you'll see a lot of the other riders who just ride on the hoods, and she'll just plug away. She'll just keep turning those legs over, trying to split this group up.
Yeah, a rider like Christy Tracy thrives in these long-distance races. The longer, the better for Tracy. So she was not a big fan of the short time trial yesterday or the short prologue that we had in Redlands. She likes these longer stages. So this, one of the longest days that we'll have in the Echelon Racing League, should play right into her hands. So we'll be keeping an eye on Christy Tracy. Meanwhile, Chris Doble-Hickok moving up to the front, and of course, Jackie Godby, omnipresent in her red and black XXX Racing Athletico kit. And looking like our selection is being made with 7 riders here. Morgan Chafin was the last rider that was in here. She got dropped, and now V Win moving from the back to the front. Here's Chafin, who was in contention to get back in, but I think she has lost contact with the group at this point, so it'll be a tough road for her to get back in. McGregor is behind her. You see Chafin up the road on McGregor's screen here. And then this will be Esteboville back in 10th with Anastrello in 11th and Rogers in 12th.
Brad, just
back
as
up
you
to the
have
leaders
called,
on the way down. Yeah, go ahead, Frankie.
Just as you have called them out, it's almost exactly like the finish of the time trial. You have your front group, your riders that are relatively close: Godby, Sidlick, Matson Co, Tracy, V Win, Eleanor Weissman, Krista Doble-Hickok. Then you had a little bit of a gap, actually a 20-second gap, where you have the 2 other riders in 8th and 9th, which is where they're sitting at right now, which is McGregor and Morgan Chafin. And then you had 10th and 11th and 12th, which is Esteboville, Britt Mason, and Anastrello. So just as you had called them out, like the way they are on the race course right now is pretty much exactly how they kind of finished in that time trial. So our top 7 riders in the time trial are our top 7 riders in the front group, and they're going to battle it out. And those time gaps are not very big, as we had talked about. Godby with the overall lead right now, Sidelick only 11 seconds down, and then Lauren Matson Co only 16 seconds down. So they really have to keep an eye out on each other.
Yeah, if there was a day where you could bring back or try and get 11 seconds on a rider like Jackie Godby, it would be a day like today. And Bruce Bird has got to give some confidence to these riders to show that you can do it. A solo rider can get away, although Jackie Godby is a whole nother animal when it comes to talking about her strength out there as a solo rider. So they'll be keeping an eye on Godby for sure. At 59 kilometers of racing to go, just under 60K until they get to the line. Let's do a little bit more history. I've been really enjoying the interview questions with Bruce and Nancy Martin, sort of telling the story about how the Joe Martin stage race came to be. So I'll turn it back over to Bruce.
I think that's pretty important because, I mean, you were doing things back in the late 70s, and Texas was certainly right in the middle of, all things cycling. And so just talk a little bit about what y'all used to do.
Well, we had a good friend too, Fred Karcher, who still lives in Norman, and he had a bike shop down in Norman, and it was wild. I mean, it was just everyone crazy hung out there. In fact, they took me on my first 100-mile ride, and they kept saying, "Oh, it's just a little bit further, it's a little bit further," Yeah. But anyway, so Joe was dedicated to cycling. He took to it. He loved it, and he had that body type, that long, slow twitch muscle. There's a certain body type that and I think that's why I was successful with it. So a friend of ours, Richard Garma, who actually was from Tulsa, was living in Austin. And he started this whole, I don't even know how Richard got into it, honestly. But and that would be a great interview, as I told you. He started what he called the Tour of Texas. Well, everyone who, back then, nobody had any money, so everybody would go down to Texas in the spring and train. And then he would have weekly criteriums and weekly races. And the weather was just, phenomenal then. And it was, the hill country to train on. And then the end of the month, he would have a big race down 6th Street.
Oh, in Austin.
And yeah. And so, everybody who was into cycling tried to get down there and train. So, I mean, Joe would go down there earlier, and then, I'd come later. And then after I have kids, I had to haul them down there. And, it was just a huge, cycling scene. And it always had the weather.
Yeah. Well, one of the things when we were getting ready for this interview, you told me about in the early days trying to get information, and that, what Joe was doing and what y'all were doing in the library. So a couple things, what you did, as far as trying to get information out of Europe. If you'll talk a little bit about that. Hopefully no one from the Fayetteville Public Library System.
No, Norman. No, OU Library.
Oh, Norman. Okay.
OU
So
Library.
hopefully no one from Norman. But yeah, talk a little bit about that.
Well, the only thing that was available was Velo News, which is still around. And I told you I wrote for Velo News. They paid me $10 an article. And I'm no writer.
That's great.
So, but that was it. I mean, there was nothing else. No TV, no video, no internet. I mean, I sound like an old person, but I mean, you even remember that. I mean, so there was this magazine. I don't even know how Joe knew it was there, but we figured there was one professor who's into cycling. And so he ordered Cyclism. And so at the time, Joe's sister worked in our work study deal was we worked in the back of the libraries. She worked in periodicals and I worked stamping and pasting. So we knew that Cyclism was in the library, but they had we knew that the back, since I did stamping and pasting, I knew the back of every 17th page had a stamp on it, and that's how they knew it was theirs, because there was no electronics when you walked through.
Yeah.
So we would put the Cyclism magazines under our shirts and go out and borrow it, and it was all in French. And like I said, we took it back. No, we take them back after a while. But Joe would study the photographs and study those old, Eddie Merckx and Figueroa and, all the greats, Bernardino, and, they were all riding then. And so he would look at how they were positioned on their bike. And I could read a little bit of French to kind of get us. In fact, Joe took French in college and I did his homework, and I told him, his teacher, I went to her and said, you got to pass him. I can't do his homework anymore. I'm so tired of doing his homework. But so anyway, so we, that's how he started, but he studied everything. I mean, like I told you, this book called Cycling, it's in shreds, and I don't even know if you can see it. And
yeah. Look at that.
It's the Bible. I mean, it talks about everything, and it has the frames, how they're put together. I mean, it's all the geometry of it, and just he studied it.
Some things change, some things stay the same, Frankie. Luckily, we don't have to chase down a hard copy of the French Cyclisme magazine anymore, but I think Velo News is still paying $10 an article.
I think that probably is right, but I mean, it's pretty incredible to see the passion that Joe Martin had for cycling, and that you can see that by her stories and how it carries over. He was just in love with the sport, and they talk about that Richard DeGarmo with Tour of Texas, and back in the day when I was young, which is a long time ago, I went down there, did Tour of Texas many years in Austin, Texas, did that criterium they were talking about on 6th Street. Was a whole week of races in the hill country that we would race for an entire time. And it attracted a lot of riders because it was great weather, good weather, and it was bike racing. And so we went down there early season training camps and early season races in the hill country down there. And, for all I know, I probably ran across Joe Martin and just maybe never knew it at the time.
It's amazing how much a group of passionate individuals can get done when they get together and put their mind to something. That's certainly the roots of the Joe Martin stage race, but that continues to this day. Phil, I know there's a ton of volunteers that work together to make this race happen, city people, sponsors, a ton of community support for this race.
Yeah, and Nancy and Joe's kids, they'll come back from out of town to the race and volunteer their time to help Joe and keep their finger on the pulse that their dad had put so much time into.
A family affair. Pretty cool legacy at Joe Martin Stage Race. Could you imagine telling Joe, reading a hard copy of Cyclisme magazine that one day we'd be doing his race on the internet. Back with Strello, McGregor, and Boville as they try to chase their way back up to this group, being led by Jackie Godby at the pointy end of things. It almost seems like Godby prefers to be here, Frankie. Do you get that read as well, that she kind of likes to be the lead rider in a group like this, even if it means she's doing a little bit more work?
Yeah, I do get that read, but I don't think it's a matter of she likes being the lead rider. She just rides her tempo. In other words, if she's going to ride her pace at about 4 watts per kilograms, her tempo, and if that puts her on the front, it puts her in the front. If it puts her sitting in second or third, then she's going to sit at second or third. It's just kind of where she ends up, but she's she's not going harder, I think, to be able to get herself onto the front. She just rides her tempo and what she's set at, and then it just ends up putting her up there because she's the most kind of consistent with her power output. And so Jackie Godby finds her riding on the front. And honestly, as the other riders, if she continues to just ride up there and keeps that consistent pace, I would be totally fine to sit on. I mean, I'd be the wheel sucker of all wheel suckers if someone's willing to do all the work. And so that's kind of a little bit what's playing out right now. And again, we're very early on in this race. We got a ton of time left, a ton of kilometers left of racing. So we're going to have to wait to see what kind of happens when we hit some of these little kickers that really go up to that 10 and 12% grade.
It's actually pretty tough for these riders to stay in the draft or stay on the wheel. I think it's easier in real life to maintain the draft than it is on these virtual racing platforms. Certainly not doing you any favors in terms of trying to hang in the group. So if you're able to sit on Jackie Godby and lock into that draft, that's some good RGTing from any virtual cyclist. So Sidlick doing a nice job tacked in. You see V Win, a new name for us here in the Echelon Racing League, as she joined the Insured presented by Pedal Power squad and finding a way up into the front group. Frankie, there's an advantage there, isn't there, to a new name in the group? Everybody knows Jackie Godby. Everybody knows Christy Tracy. They're all watching those names. But if V Win has the legs today, she might be able to get a little bit longer leash than someone like Godby.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, V Win, it's amazing as well as she's doing and as well as she did in the time trial. She hasn't been on another team. So, I mean, good for her in coming onto this platform, figuring it out relatively quick, having the legs and the power to be able to do well. And so she's on track. But yeah, Godby, Christy Tracy, I would say Doble Hickok, they have big targets on their back. They're very aware of each other, whereas V Win, she's kind of the newcomer to the block. Out of Seattle, Washington, she's had some good results. This in 2020, she won the Mason Lake Road Race in real life, but that's nothing compared to going up against some of these riders right here. As we go back to Chafin, it's such a shame. I mean, she came within 50 meters of catching back on, and now she's like, I don't know, a kilometer and a half back. It's like so close to being able to be in the hunt right there. I wish she would have made it instead of being able to have to ride so much of this race by herself.
Well, she is about to join this group with Boville, McGregor, and Strella. Looks like they are just about to swallow her up the road. So Chafin finally going to get some company. She's been alone, I think, the entire time, right? Since she came unglued, or since she almost got back in there, as we come up to 32 minutes of elapsed racing. That is a long time to be solo out there, especially on the trainer.
That was 5 kilometers in when we hit the first little bump, and then she just, a lapse of judgment or something, and just not having quite the power because everybody was still kind of fresh. She had that little bit of a gap opened up, and yes, Brad, that's a long time to be out there by yourself, and she's still in no man's land. And so with 53 kilometers remaining, it's like, I don't know, I would just sit up, wait for the other 3 riders, just so you can have somebody to ride with instead of just riding by yourself. I mean, that's kind of the point of doing a bike race, is not to be out there. You can ride by yourself anytime you want to. It's not that often you get to ride with other people, so you should try to take advantage of it.
Don't tell that to the time trialists out there. But yeah, I'm with you. Get a little draft and little help getting into the line. Echelon Racing League and We Are Nations bringing each team their own line of merchandise this year in 2021. You can check out wearenations.com, where every squad racing in this weekend's race and all of our Echelon Racing League events have their gear up in the web store, t-shirts, hats, hoodies, all kinds of cool stuff. So if you got a favorite team or you're here supporting a rider, the proceeds from those do go back to the riders, trying to get some cash in their pockets. So check out wearenations.com and get yourself some gear for your favorite team. The Frankie and Bilko line is still incoming. We're working with our factories. There's importing issues, licensing. You guys know how it goes. So we're working with your agents, doing our best to get your merchandise lines in there.
Yeah, earlier you were talking about what kind of line or slogan that Bilko would want, and I think Bilko. I mean, that's his nickname. I mean, that's the perfect one, you know?
Yeah. That could be a luxury clothing line name. I could see that being like a European brand, Bilko clothing.
Absolutely. Belts, purses, shirts.
Bilko, and I think Bruce Dunn has a background in clothing, doesn't he?
He does. Formal wear, actually.
Oh. All right, so it sounds like you're doing a formal line then. The Bilko formal line.
Now we got Bilko tuxedos.
Exactly.
See, that was decided on very easily. That worked out pretty good.
This chase group breaking up. This is Strello, who has left McGregor behind. Remember, we checked in with them just a couple minutes ago. Boville, McGregor, and Strello were all together, and now it looks like Strello has hit out on her own, leaving Boville and McGregor behind. Meanwhile, Chaffin still not throwing in the towel. Does not want to get absorbed by this group behind her, so the Velocity Vixen rider doing a great job solo back here. In 8th. And then our lead group of 7 with Godby, Matson Co., Tracy, Sidlick, Doble Hickok, Wynn, and Wiseman. And here's Tracy and Godby.
And I talked about those two different positions, right? Godby sitting up, opening up the rib cage, breathing, turning the pedals over pretty good. Whereas Christy Tracy, you know, and maybe part of it is also kind of training for whatever she has coming up, is staying in that aerodynamic position. I mean, if she's like the master, you know, at doing 24-hour races, she wants to be able to be in that position, but she's comfortable in that aerodynamic position. Godby is a very good triathlete also, but she doesn't really go into that tri position on the trainer. So two very different styles that we're seeing from the riders, but both of them looking very comfortable. And Tracy's like having a conversation, talking, not under any pressure right now.
Yeah, talking with her soigneur / director sportif / husband in the corner there. Always good to get a little intel, a little strategy chat. Having someone that can help you on these rides is huge, Frankie. We've seen it a lot with a lot of these riders that have someone there to make sure that they're getting food and drink, make sure that they know where they are on the course, and help with any technical issues that might come up. You don't want to be trying to restart the router when you're trying to run the race, right?
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, you're having to run over to the other bedroom to be able to, right? Exactly. Unplug it and plug it back in to see what happens.
Exactly.
But in this front group, it's an elite group. I mean, these are our top 7 riders again, the best ones that did in the time trial, and so, and we've seen Godby climb, super strong. So she's going to be a factor to be able to watch out for. We know Doble Hickok can climb. Sidlick struggled a little bit on that Oak Glen climb, and so it'll be interesting to see how she's going to fare out there. And then Lauren Matson Co., she's a fighter. I mean, she's like, she can really dig deep, and you can see her really put out a big effort. And so this group, I think they are going to have a hard time getting away from each other. I don't think they're going to be able to separate until we get down onto those steeper sections of the final climb, which means nothing, I think, is going to happen for about 44 kilometers maybe.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think there's a good chance that we see a group sticking together for a little longer than we saw in the men's race. We'll see if anyone tries to go as far out as Bruce Bird did. But, yeah, really not much you can do between now and then when the road kicks up. It's probably not in your best interest to try to start a break now. So just about trying to ride as efficiently as you can. Save some energy, sit in, and try to keep as much in the tank as you can before you get to the bottom of that big climb.
And for a lot of the riders right now, this is easy. 220 watts, 3 watts per kilogram. They're on a tempo ride. They're just trying to, they're just getting the kilometers underneath their legs to be able to get closer to the finish. So nobody's really under stress in the first group. A little bit different in the second, and and for Schaffen and for Strelau, they've been setting out a pretty good tempo, perhaps putting out a little bit more of an effort. But at some point, they're going to realize they're not going to be able to get back to the leaders, and so they have to kind of decide what they want to do. If they want to stay out there and ride all day long by themselves, or try to look around and find a group. And this is where the director really would come in handy to be able to tell you maybe a little bit of information where the other riders are, how far back you are, how far in front you are, and kind of giving you like a little bit of a direction on exactly what to do.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is what's coming up next, like how far away from the climb you are, what comes after that, sort of how, what's coming up and how to play the terrain. Because if you're constantly looking at that, trying to look ahead, it's easy to lose focus out there. So I think that's one way that a lot of riders have been utilizing their support person in the Echelon Racing League here.
But overall, it's a pretty hard race course. It's 73 kilometers. The distance makes it hard, but you're covering almost 3,000 feet of climbing. So by no means is it a flat race course leading up to the mountaintop finish to Mount Sequoyah. They brought this in a couple years ago, trying to be able to mix it up to give the climbers a little bit better of a chance, but mainly to open up time gaps a little bit more, not letting it just rely on the time trial. The finishes they had before and some of the other years when I was a director were actually always exciting, but it was always a group of 20 or 30 that would come into the finish, like flying into town, super technical, super twisty, winding into town, and then a gradual uphill kicker that would finish in town. And so it was exciting. For spectators, it was amazingly exciting. But for the riders, you couldn't really get a time gap. You would get some time bonuses, but overall, if you were good enough, you could win the whole race just on time bonuses without ever having to get too big of a gap.
Yeah, always trying to find that right balance. Go ahead, Phil. Sorry.
Yeah, it was definitely a sprint to set up the sprint to the line, for sure. In the other days when they went up Dixon Street.
And I used to like that course, going up Dixon Street, because it was like, it would be like crazy coming through town, like a bunch of rights and lefts. There was like this little kicker about 1.5 kilometers out that they would have to go over, super narrow, so very hard to fight for position. Then they'd fly on this downhill, which was a sprint before the sprint, which was to the right-hand turn, and then it was a gradual uphill to be able to get up to the finish. So again, from a viewership, it was a super exciting race to be able to watch. But there was parts out there on the course that would drop a lot of riders on that. I don't know what highway is that out there where they used to go over that big highway road and then they would descend back in towards town. Do you remember what that is, Phil?
I forget the name of it. I want to say it's like 46 or something, but I'm wrong.
It was long, and it was hard enough where it's like guys on the front. If guys on the front were going, you would have a group of, like I mentioned, 20, 30 guys to be able to get over to the top. It wasn't hard enough where the strongest guys could separate, but you could definitely drop probably 50 that have been sitting on for most of the day. So in that aspect, it was challenging. But this course with 3,000 feet of climbing, even though it's 73 kilometers, it's virtual, it's over 2 hours of racing. In a way, this is harder than the in real life version of doing the Mount Sequoyah road race.
Yeah, and there's a learning curve associated with it as well for a lot of these riders that makes it that much more difficult, as we saw Jackie Godby surging there over a little bit of a climb at 45.5 kilometers of racing remaining. Well, guys, a ton of great riding in Fayetteville. We've been talking about the bike trails, the mountain bike trails, the road riding out there, but there's a lot going on in Fayetteville off the bike, and I'm not just talking about the food and beverage in downtown. Ton of stuff going on outside of town. It really is an outdoor paradise in the natural state. We were talking with Molly Ron earlier about some of the cool stuff to do. Frankie, I know what we're doing after the race next year. Listen to this.
While not officially in Fayetteville, we are a great launching point for America's first national river, which is the Buffalo National River. And if you haven't come to visit the Buffalo, it's definitely worth your time. It's a short drive away from Fayetteville, and it is this, it's just gorgeous. And the trails and hiking trails, biking trails, you know, places to stay, dotted along the Buffalo are some of the most beautiful in the country. And so whether you camp or whether you want to be more like me and enjoy it while being able to also return to a climate controlled cabin, there are plenty of opportunities for both of those things. So it is a, you know, Arkansas is the natural state. And we talk a lot about, you know, the outdoors here, to the point where I think maybe people not from here are not familiar with the state, maybe think it's cliche, but it's really not. It is a gorgeous country. It is a gorgeous place to be outside, and you do not have to go too far in any direction from downtown Fayetteville to be able to have some pretty incredible, you know, outdoor experiences.
2021, me, Frankie, Bilko, a 3-man canoe floating down the Buffalo. How's that sound? Frankie, you in?
I think it sounds pretty good. I'd never heard of the Buffalo River, so I wasn't aware of that. But it sounds it sounds pretty incredible.
Bilko, you been out there? Have you seen the Buffalo National River in your time in Fayetteville?
Devil's Den. There's a great dam and waterfall area right there where we take off from the start house, and that's really scenic. I think we saw it in one of the pictures yesterday. One of the still pictures from the Parks Department. But yeah, definitely looks like canoe, inner tubing, whatever. Just getting your feet wet would be great. Super scenic.
I'm going to continue my bike fishing that I started this summer, Frankie. Now that I'm a bike fisherman, I just want to bike fish everywhere I can.
Well, two things. One is that Joe Martin usually is in April. So you're going to be the first one to go in the river to be able to, you can test the temperature on that water, okay? Second thing, explain to us a little bit more about the bike fishing trips that you've been doing.
It's easy. Just strap a fishing pole to your top tube, go ride along a river or canal somewhere, and when you see a good place to fish, stop and toss it in. I did the.
You live in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I did the Gap and C&O Canal from Pittsburgh to D.C. This year. Stopped and did some fishing along the way. It was actually pretty good, but now I'm thinking I'm going to try and bike the Buffalo. I'm thinking that sounds like a good ride. We'll cruise along that thing.
Probably have some.
Do some fishing along.
That would
probably
have some spectacular fishing.
Yeah.
So, do you bring a shovel and just dig up and try to find worms, or do you actually bring bait?
I bring bait. I use little plastic baits, but every once in a while you can find a good grasshopper or something along the way and use those.
You mean you touch them?
Yeah. You don't think I can go in the Big Buffalo River in April, man? I got to remind you, I'm from Ohio, where people surf the Great Lakes in December. I'm sure you've seen those guys, so I'm not quite that crazy, but it's in my blood, so I could do it.
I have no doubt. The Midwest Mafia.
That's right.
There you go. That's a good point. All three of us are Midwest Mafia, aren't we?
Yeah, don't mess with this crew.
Yeah. Two of us born in Michigan.
So, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry, guys.
It's the other way around.
Being from Ohio, I had to get that in there. Both my parents went to Ohio State, so we weren't allowed to say the M word growing up in our house.
My parents met at Michigan State, so there you go.
All right, we're okay with the Spartans.
Yeah, but Woody Hayes was a dirty word at my house.
That's funny. We have a statue to him where I come from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, back up to the front. Go ahead, Frank.
I was just going to say, when Trump was talking about building the wall, I thought that was going to be like right through Toledo.
Right. Which I think is actually how that split originally happened. The story of the line between Ohio and Michigan is actually a long disputed battle, believe it or not.
I definitely believe it. So, yeah. So, like you were mentioning, back up to our bike racing, 44 kilometers to go. So, chase 2. So, McGregor, Strelo, Rogers, Bonacici, and Estaboville. So, so Chaffin is still sitting in the middle.
Yep, and then looks like Tracy and Godby are moving off the front a little bit as Strelo tries to stay within striking distance of that group. And here is Tracy and Godby. Boy, if you're back in that group, those alarm bells better be ringing here, Frankie. You've got to go with this move.
Yeah, these are the most powerful riders in the race in general, you know. Don't know exactly if it's going to play out that way today, but yeah, alarm bells should be going off, and you can see everybody's chasing right now. I mean, Sidley came to the front, Double Hickok came to the front, Weissman, so they've all decided to be able to bring back. And so Godby, again, I think she just finds herself on the front. She rides that tempo. She ended up coming onto a downhill. So on the downhill, what would you normally do? You would kind of coast a little bit, ease up off the pressure. You would try to recover. You would try to rest. But on the downhill, Godby just keeps riding at 4 watts per kilogram, so she finds she has a gap, and then everybody else has to chase. So pretty different. Would they say all in just GC?
Yeah, I think it's an all-in just GC and then spin to win at the bottom. Though he gave me the hush sign, so I'm not sure if we were supposed to announce that on air, but don't put it in front of the camera if you don't want it on air.
Well, I mean, you can make declarations all you want. You got to be able to follow up on it. So
there we go.
I can't read it. It's whiteboard.
Yeah, we're having trouble getting the camera to focus here. We'll go full screen. I can tell you it said spin to win at the bottom, and I think a focus on GC as well. So that gives you a good idea of what's going through Christy Tracy's mind right now. That means a lot of her focus is going to be on Jackie Godby here. If the focus is on GC, then that means that the focus has got to be on Godby.
And she's in a good position. I talked about those leaders. She's only 21 seconds down, so it's not that far out of the question there, you know. Stephanie Sidlick's 11 seconds down, Lauren Matson-Coe 16 seconds down, and then it's Christy Tracy at 21 seconds down. So our top 7 are all in that front group. And if you want to go all the way back to Crystal Double Hickok, that time gap is 39 seconds down. So Double Hickok with a little bit more, you know, pressure to try to be able to take back some time. Or I guess I'm saying a little bit harder for Double Hickok back 40. Bringing back 10 or 12 on Godby is extremely difficult, but if the rider is having a good day, it is doable, especially on the steep portions of the climb that are going to come up a little bit later on. And Tracy right now trying to weaken the legs of all the other riders as she strikes out.
Yeah, these are just the body blows for the group right now, trying to wear this group out, wear them down, slowly grind away so that they don't have anything left in the last closing kilometers, although this is a pretty serious effort. We were talking about how rare it is to see Jackie Godby out of the saddle during the time trial yesterday, but she's putting a pretty serious effort in here out of the saddle now, Frankie.
Yeah, very different. Normally she just kind of keeps, you know, tapping out the pedals, and look at Christy Tracy now trying to react to that. And perhaps Godby seeing that Tracy was going into the red, like pushing the pace. And so Godby was like, I'm going to counter this and see what she can do. And so Jackie Godby right now, 3.6 watts per kilogram. Speed is high, though, 64 kilometers per hour. Weissman is the one on the front doing the chase. Tracy just kind of sitting in. So they're going to end up bringing her back. But again, it puts them a little bit under pressure, scares them a little bit, which is important, and then kind of forces them to go a little bit harder than I think they would want to. Think about that nervous energy. I mean, when you see Godby go, you're like, oh heck, what am I going to do? I got to go chase her down. When you see Godby and Tracy go, all of a sudden you get that nervous energy again. That added little stress, like kind of repeatedly throughout the day of a race, that kind of adds up because you have to keep reacting to those situations. And generally, you'd like to be able to just cruise and have an easy day to get towards the hill climb finish, but that's not the way it's playing out right now as Godby continues to just keep driving it. Her triathlon background, so important on this virtual platform.
A good look at 4 riders up in this front group. That's Jackie Godby up in the top right corner, the rider that everyone's chasing here. Godby just took on some food. We saw her grab what I think was a bar of some kind from John Cooper there to her left, who we saw racing earlier in the men's race. And back out of the saddle here, almost in sync with Tracy, Matson Coe in the bottom right, and Chris Double Hickok in the bottom left. And now Tracy
kind of interesting.
Going at the front. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like body blow for body blow. It's kind of interesting how they keep almost trying to kind of outdo each other. So it's kind of, it's definitely a heated battle. They're well aware of each other. They respect each other's abilities, and they're trying to be able to keep this race hard and trying to see who they can get rid of. See Matson Coe at the bottom with her, riding in the igloo, as I'll call it, because, her director is like fully clothed, trying to be able to stay warm as Matson Coe just kind of plugging away. And then Krista Double Hickok always looking pretty calm. She's going to try to conserve. Double Hickok, I think, will sit in as much as possible until we get towards the steeper part of the final climb. And then she's going to strike out. And that's exactly what she did on that Redlands Oak Glen, only being beat by just a bike length by Godby, who came by her just at the end.
See Christy Tracy grabbing a gel now as just about everyone is topping up here as we approach the halfway mark. It's almost as tough to try to time your calories and food intake as it is to try to time your effort out there, knowing when to eat. Some good chats coming in from our social media. You can find Echelon Racing League on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, wherever you like to watch your stuff, YouTube. And cheering on Christy Tracy. And Jamie Tracy, some advice saying, just go. That's about all you can do in virtual racing. Maybe that's the motivation that we all need, because that's probably what's in Christy Tracy's ear. Sometimes we can all use a little extra push. Mallory Weisbeck cheering on Morgan Chafin and the Velocity Vixen team. Morgan's been doing a great job out there today for being caught out early to stay away from that chasing group that has been trying to reel her in all day. Has been super impressive. Strelo is the only one that's made it up, but we were expecting Chafin to kind of let up a little bit, pull the plug, just get back in with the group, but Chafin did none of it. She did not let up on the gas, and Strelo really had to fight to get up here to Morgan Chafin. So, and there you go. Anne-Marie Strello getting a cheer from Beth. So these two going to ride together for a while. Looks like they'll be able to link up. I think we can safely assume that they'll be able to stay away from the chasers behind them, as that'll be the Rogers Bonacici Beauville group, sitting at about 150 meters back behind these two.
Yeah, I mean, Strela was able to get up to Chafin, so it'll be interesting to see kind of how aggressive the chasers are that we're looking at right here are going to try to be able to get up there. But I agree with you. Chafin has not given up. She's been just in time trial mode, putting in a fantastic effort, trying to be able to hold off this chase group. But 39, so let's just call it 40 kilometers still to go. So a lot of racing still to go. A couple more kickers we're going to hit. And, she's trying to be able to hang on to her GC place by staying in front of this group right now. So Strelau and Chafin doing a fantastic ride right now. Like you mentioned, a little bit about halfway through.
I guess part of Chafin being able to stay away here is she has 3 Velocity Vixens teammates behind her. So maybe they sent her up the road, and her teammate's just going to try and keep that other chaser at bay, kind of try and box them in. Back up to the leaders at the front. Tracy setting tempo with Matson Coe and Godby sitting in. So 36 kilometers to go. Looking like things are going to stay pretty calm up here at the front for the next few kilometers. So we're going to take a short break here and pay some bills in the Echelon Racing League. When we come back, more live racing from the pro women.
The world is changing.
I'm looking to do things better.
To improve.
Just because it's always been that way doesn't mean it's right.
I embrace change.
I seek adventure and discovery.
I explore the unexplored.
To know the unknown.
Even in the toughest moments, we ride together.
Even in the moments when we're at our limits.
We support each other. It's time to move up a level.
Push that little bit harder.
Changes we make now will make the future better for all.
The efforts we put in today
Will pay dividends tomorrow.
We all have the power to up the game.
To build something better.
It's not time to play.
It's time to get real.
it's time to be a game changer.
As an athlete, getting marginally better is one thing. Getting exponentially better puts you in a whole new ballgame. Biomoto uses a proprietary digital process to capture movement at 200 frames per second and 70 sensors per foot to measure ground-based forces, resulting in advanced motion analysis that's up to 10 times more accurate than orthotics. It's the data generated by this process that allows Biomoto to construct custom insoles that make athletes faster, stronger, and more stable, and result in an unprecedented 95% success rate.
Welcome back. Good look at our front group from up above as Chris Doble-Hickok moves up to the front. You can see how quickly the power has been changing. The rider's just going over a little bit of an elevation change. So there was a pretty serious effort over the last couple minutes. Everybody's still in that group, but you do see some red power meters showing up here on the front as Laura Matson-Coe and Christy Tracy keep the tempo high up here at the front. Got to give a shout out to our chat. We had some chat messages earlier. We're always reading those on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, wherever you're watching. Frankie Bilko, we were talking about the battle between Michigan and Ohio earlier. An eagle-eyed viewer sent in a Wikipedia link to the Toledo War, which I didn't know existed, but apparently from 1835 to 36, there was what was known as the Great Toledo War, a bloodless boundary dispute between the state of Ohio and the adjoining territory of Michigan. It was all based around the lack of knowledge as to where Lake Erie actually was. And so there became a part of land known as the Toledo Strip, which is basically the border between Michigan and Ohio. When Michigan applied for statehood in 1835, they ended up being able to settle the dispute by giving Michigan the Upper Peninsula. And Ohio got the Toledo territory, the Toledo Strip. So we almost went to war fighting over Toledo. That's how close the rivalry is between Ohio and Michigan. So big thanks to our eagle-eyed chat historians for informing me about the Great Toledo War. I had no idea, but at one point, Frankie, we had militias on either side of the Maumee River ready to go. How about that?
That's crazy. Yeah, no, completely. I had no idea. Pretty interesting, though. It's actually kind of good to know.
We're all trying to work as one right now, though.
Yeah, luckily we've been able to put our differences aside and unite under the banner of virtual racing.
Right now, we're just trying to survive a pandemic.
That's right.
Oh, you know what I noticed right before we went to a commercial break is Sidlick had come off. We were a group of 7. We came down to a group of 6 as Stephanie Sidlick right now as when we went off, before we went to commercial, she was 200 meters off the back. Right now, she's 500 meters off the back. So obviously coming up on an hour of racing, the fatigue setting in. And so Sidlick, who was up there with a great ride, second overall in the time trial, which put her second overall in the race, has now found herself off the back.
Tough place to have it happen. I wonder if it was a little uphill kick that finally kicked her out of the back. Maybe just trying to hold on. She was sort of on the threshold, and then could have been that last little move that did it for Stephanie Sidlick. A surprise to me because Sidlick is a really strong rider. She's got good endurance. I would normally expect her to be here. So, again, not sure what happened here. But, yeah, Sidlick out of the group. And then there were 6 up front.
Yeah, that would be interesting to be able to figure out, like, sometimes if, is it the legs, is it the body, or was it a technical issue? Whereas, somehow if you kind of could indicate that it was a technical issue, then you would kind of have a reason why this person, like, all of a sudden, went to 0 watts and was 500 meters off the back. But, I know there's no way to be able to indicate that because, well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I'm not a tech guy, but that would make it easier to kind of figure out why somebody's having a problem or not, depending on, the fatigue from the time trial. Sidlick's a very good rider. She's not going to be tired from doing a 5K time trial. So these little kickers perhaps just taking its toll or just going over an hour. A lot of times these races end at 50 minutes or an hour. They don't go for 2 hours. That's very different.
Yeah, the riders will submit their power files at the end of each race to the league. That's part of the verification process of racing to make sure that their power files match up. They have to submit 2 files from 2 different recording devices, and they make sure that those match up. But, yeah, you can always see when a rider had a technical or a mechanical issue because you see basically everything go to 0. All of a sudden they lose heart rate, they lose power, and they lose connection with the game. So that just registers it with 0 power. Most people can reconnect, but it's sometimes tough to get back in. All right, coming up on third day of racing to go for our leaders now as we are slowly ticking these miles away here.
One thing that's great about the Real World Joe Martin Pro Women's event is it's a great opportunity for regional and domestic riders to get in with the big teams and have that experience putting their toes in the deep end of the pool.
Certainly an element of mental fatigue out there as well, Frankie. Just being able to focus for this long as we go just over an hour. An hour on the trainer is like 4 hours in real life. There's like a trainer coefficient for time. It just slows down when you're on the trainer.
It's kind of accurate because if you do an hour and a half to 2 hours on the trainer, it is definitely feels like a lot longer being out on the road, as you just mentioned. But yeah, you're having a whole nother hour of racing still, of focusing at these numbers, reading these numbers, paying attention to if they're green, if they're yellow, if they're red, who you're following, and trying to kind of pace yourself to be able to follow the right rider so that you stay in the group, you don't put out too much energy. So that mental aspect definitely is a factor and something that, can play, can hurt a rider a little bit later on, especially as that fatigue, as like physical fatigue sets in. Mental fatigue is definitely going to set in also.
Well, we saw some of these riders previewing the course in the Amateur League event last weekend for the Amateur Joe Martin stage race. If you want to take a look at these courses, we invite anyone to race in the Echelon Racing League. It's free to race, and the RGT platform is free to sign up. Just head to echelonracingleague.com and click on races. There's a link for the Amateur Series and the Pro Series, 4 different categories in every single race. So there's a category for everybody. even if it's your first virtual race, give it a shot. See what it's like. See what these riders are going through. Just like the real life racing, Frankie, I always encourage people to try at least one race. So just get on RGT at least once or twice so you have a better appreciation of what these riders are going through, of just how difficult it is to do what they're doing and race the way that they are. So if you want to have a go at it, Indy Crit is our next amateur race, February 13th. Hope to see you there.
I'll be planning on doing it. I think I'm going to try again, considering I had complete fail on my first attempt. So second attempt, fingers crossed, hopefully it'll go a little bit better. But also, you know, if you haven't done it, I think it's a great opportunity for someone that is thinking of riding inside Turbo Trainer, old days, staring at a wall. You'll be surprised at how engaging it is and how interactive it is, and you know, almost to the point of being fun. It really is engaging, and really it brings you into kind of the trainer world, and so that's very different than the old kind of Turbo Trainer. So RGT platform is a great way to be able to test out the virtual platform and see how it is. And we got a great shot here of our two riders that are sitting in the first group, with Godby on the front and Wynn sitting just below her. Looks like she has some kinesio tape on both of her knees, as V Wynn does.
Yeah, I was trying to get a look at that earlier. I think you're absolutely right. Trying to straighten things out a little bit. I think if you spend a lot of time on the trainer... and there's a wave. Yeah, I was going to say, I think if you spend more and more time on the trainer, when you lose that sort of side-to-side motion, sometimes it can be tough for the adjustment for riders that are used to being outside. So some riders have been struggling with like hips and knees and ankles when they spend a lot of time on the trainer. A lot of the trainers are starting to move now. Like we saw the new Ceres trainer that's sort of sitting on a board. You can rock back and forth a little bit. That's makes things a little easier, a little more comfortable. We saw Dr. Alan Limp talking about the importance of that.
Yeah, that NP1 Infinity. I'd be very curious to be able to try that. I think that would be pretty kind of different, because it's so rigid being on the trainer where it doesn't move at all. It'd be interesting to see how that fluid movement helps to mimic the outside, but also curious if there's any power loss, because obviously being inside, everything is watts per kilo. It's just outside too. But, you know, with all that movement on the rocker trainer, if there's any kind of power loss, but I would guess they've sort of figured that out, because it's a little bit more natural ability in your riding style. So actually you could probably generate more power than having that rigid bike not moving at all.
There's only one way to find out, and we're going to find out on February 13th at the Indy Crit as we get Frankie on one of these Ceres trainers, get him on the board, and see if we can keep him in the group at least. Maybe it's just an equipment issue, Frankie. I love to blame things on my equipment when my athletic performance doesn't pan out.
It was the start. The start's just so hard that you know, you're doing, you know, 700 watts and trying to bust out of the gate and stick with it. So, you know, I learned how it was that first time. So I'm going to give it another go on the 13th with the Indy Crit, and we'll see how it goes. Vilko, have you ever done a virtual ride on RGT or Zwift or Be Cool or any of those?
Actually, no, I have not. There was a point where, when I was still in Seattle, I was trying to get into a series there as sort of the announcer, and how to figure out, because you need to be a rider to announce, the way they had it set up. So, nope, haven't ridden one myself, but definitely looks like fun, and especially coming from racing on the road. I think that is an easier concept to be excited about this than the opposite, coming from indoor cycling and then going to try and race on the road, and how that would be different.
Yeah, I think in road racing, the course is so important, right? I mean, so much of the identity of road riding comes from these legendary rides or these legendary courses, like the Devil's Den time trial. I mean, downhill mountain bike course, something like that. Yeah, there's some classic mountain bike trails and courses out there, some classic downhill runs. But for the most part, I think the road racing really values the courses a little bit more than other disciplines. And so it's a good fit for RGT that you can ride these realistic courses with the realistic elevation change. All right, so got a good look at the three groups basically out there on the road as Stephanie Sidlick has become chase number 1 in 7th place, and we're down to 6 riders up in the front group with Matson Coe, Double Hickok, Tracy, Wiseman, Godby, and Wynn up at the front. All right, let's check back in with Bruce Dunn and Nancy Martin, because I have really been enjoying the history here. Let's see what we have next from Nancy.
The one thing I get from it is passion and lifestyle. Unfortunately, Nancy, I didn't know, I had not gotten into cycling. And so the only way I knew Joe is, remember, I had the clothing store.
Yes, and he was a clothes horse.
Yeah, Blackwood Martin Associates was right behind the clothing store. And every once in a while, this tall, lean guy would come in, always super focused, and he would just look around a little bit and then jump back out. But the stories about Joe and how hardcore he was with, if you weren't a Cat 1, you might as well just, hang on. But at the same time, he helped so many young people. So
he did. And he enjoyed doing it. And Eugene Sargent, who is an artist in town there and is just a wonderful person. I mean, I've known Eugene since he was 14, and he's done a bunch of stuff in Wilson Park, and he's just genius. Yeah. He built wheels for us. He'd be out there in the bike shop truing up wheels, and he rode. But no, I mean, he always wanted to help somebody, that wanted to get into cycling and all that,
So tell me, as we kind of segue, tell me a little bit about how you decided to start a race, because you and Joe were right there from, the beginning of doing this. And so talk about what the precursor to the Joe Martin stage race was, the Arkansas Spring Classic, correct?
Yes. And we had Tulsa was a big cycling town. I don't know if it still is, but it was a big cycling town.
It's blown up.
And we would go to races in Tulsa all the time. And so when we moved to Fayetteville, they had that one race. And I don't even know, honestly, I have no idea why Joe wanted to why he did that. Through the years, I think some people felt that wasn't right and he shouldn't have taken it over. I mean, I remember reading some stuff about that, but I think it's a testament today that you still use basically the same idea and course. I mean, he understood, and it was challenging. I mean, he was, and so I don't even know how it was sort of like, I'm going to do this. And then, you're going to help me do it. And I'm like, okay. And that's kind of what we did. We went out and tried to get sponsors. I mean, the first group of people we went to was Paul Lewis at downtown Fayetteville.
Yeah, and Lewis family's been here forever, and
ever.
Everything.
And this was even before John Lewis, the banker who everyone loved, got into it. We went into Paul Lewis up at downtown Fayetteville, and we went into his office. It was in Campbell Bell, the old department store. And you walk up on the second floor, and you went past all these amazing hardwood floors and tuxedos and glass cases, and we just explained to him what we want to do around the square, and he's like, okay, we'll do it. And then he took us down to First National, and we were in the room, and he told the boys at First National, we're going to do this. And we said, we couldn't believe it, because he just said, we're going to do this. And he gave us the money, and we said, okay.
I wish it were still that easy. I wish we could still promote a race like that. We're going to do this. Give me some money. Okay. Fortunately, Bruce has to go out and do a little bit more legwork these days, but pretty cool hearing how the original Joe Martin stage race came together.
Yeah, very interesting. Just that passion and that love of the sport really coming out there. And so it's fun listening to those stories and kind of hearing about the race and Joe Martin's kind of background. I've enjoyed that.
Well, back up at the front, not much change here at 24K to go as Jackie Godby continues to set tempo, and this group of 6 continues to sit in as they struggle to try and figure out what to do about this dominant rider here in the Echelon Racing League. Meanwhile, Stephanie Sidlick sitting in no man's land in between the leaders and the chasers, with Eleanor Wiseman up in front of her, and then this group of Chafin and Strelo back behind her in 9th and 10th place. 8th and 9th. Angie Bonasisi going to be in 10th with her teammate Oh, she was with her teammate, but looks like the Velocity Vixens riders starting to separate out a little bit. Bonacisi getting ahead of McGregor and Rogers here.
Yeah, the teammates, I think they just went over that climb, or actually they're coming up to the climb. So a little bit of the undulating roads separating out these teammates right here is Bonacisi, McGregor, and Rogers now. You know, they'll hook back up and be able to get kind of in each other's draft. Still a long ways to go, though. 26 kilometers to go for the three riders.
Back to the front. Mats and Co. setting tempo for a little bit, but not long before Godby takes over again in her comfortable position up at the front. $23K to go, coming up on an hour and 20 of racing. This will, Frankie, I think by far be our longest day of racing at the Echelon Racing League. The longest distance, but there is a longer downhill section here than we had on some of the other long stages of the Echelon Racing League. So it'll make things go by a little bit quicker, but really that last 3K, it is uphill. So if you don't make a move before you get there, this race is going to be decided on the final climb up to Mount Sequoyah.
Overall, I think this is going to be the longest day time-wise and distance-wise. 73 kilometers puts it in a category of its own. And I think our longest ride with the women before was like an hour and 40. And so it'll be interesting to see. I think we're going to end up passing that out because we still have like 23 kilometers to go. They're on a little bit of an uphill now. 5% slope is Krista Doble-Hickok, professional rider for Rally Pro Cycling Team. I'm sure she's, ready and itching to be able to get back onto that road scene, but she's been doing phenomenal performances pretty much every weekend. She committed herself to be able to come into this virtual platform racing, and she's stuck with it, and she's done a really good job. As you can see, 4 of our leaders out of the 6 that are in that front group.
Yeah, just the consistency of showing up to these things week after week after week. I have to imagine there's weeks where you're like, I just want to take this one off. Had a bad week, the training didn't go well, or just not feeling like racing on the trainer. But having to, being able to show up every week shows some pretty impressive mental strength as well. So, yeah, shout out to all the riders from Echelon Racing League that have made a season out of virtual racing. I know they're racing over on Zwift as well. Be Cool, we talked about plenty of opportunities to race virtually, so it's nice to see riders starting to fill their schedules and calendars as we live in this constant state of flux here in 2020 into 2021.
Well, I was just looking. I was like, why is everybody out of the saddle? Then I looked up and I saw it's a 12% grade, and so everybody's in the. Not only are they out of the saddle, they're all in the red. So this is one of those kickers that I was talking about that could, separate some of the riders. Most of them have already been spit out the back. And so these are our elite riders. The, top 6 in the time trial are the top 6 that are in this front group right now as Christy Tracy finds herself on the front. 6.9 watts per kilogram. V right behind her sitting at about 6.1. So all of them right now, 6 watts per kilogram. If we look at Lauren Matz-Co, that works out to about 330 watts that she's putting out there. 390 watts as her watts per kilogram goes up. And Christy Tracy just kind of riding that tempo, all of them sticking together, waiting to get to the top of the climb, and then kind of taking a little bit of a deep breath to be able to go down the other side.
And doesn't let up off the pedals. In fact, Laura Matz-Co going to take advantage to try to get away here, using the descent to her advantage.
It's amazing on how quick on the speed that goes up on the downhill. Matz-Co coasting, and that's the difference between the RGT platform compared to some of the other ones. Taking those aerodynamics into position, the fact that you're on a descent, able to just kind of coast, and she's just really just taking advantage of just coasting. It's amazing that you're able to just stop pedaling for that long and be able to still stay in contact with the group. But Matz-Co's been doing this long enough now on the virtual platform where she's figured out kind of how to take advantage of whatever she needs to in order to be able to do well.
again, you can see how closely she watches that screen, even on the descent, where normally if you're kind of sitting up, you can look around, stretch the back out a little bit, take a little chance to look around. Not the case in virtual racing. You have to be ready to get back on the gas pretty much immediately. Echelon Racing League, promoted in conjunction with USA Cycling, the governing body of cycling here in the United States. All of the races on the ERL are USA Cycling sanctioned events. And I think just about all of them part of USA Cycling's Pro Road Tour as well, their national road calendar. So big thank you to USA Cycling for their support of the Echelon Racing League. Mats & Co. back to having to close down this gap. I'm curious what chat thinks. Let me know in the chat who we think we're looking at here. I mean, in this group of 6, how do you beat someone like Jackie Godby? Find us on Instagram, Facebook, or YouTube. Put your comments in the chat, and we'll try and get some of those out onto the air. And, of course, I'll be reading them here as well. 4-Star Endurance says it might be time to see some downhill attacks. Wonder who will be the instigator. Yeah, absolutely.
We saw that with the men's race with when Bruce Bird went, it was not on the uphill. It was after one of the uphills, and it was kind of on a flatter part, and he jumped and be able to get a gap, and he was able to hold everybody off. Yeah, I would agree. Mats & Co. is a master of the draft, right? I mean, we saw her coasting. She's managed to be able to just sit in and just kind of get sucked right along. And if Mats & Co. is the master of the draft, Jacqueline Godby is the master of tempo.
Yeah. It's a symbiotic relationship, right? Because Mats & Co. needs Godby setting that tempo up at the front.
It's amazing. You see Christy Tracy on there. You know, she used to be CrossFit. She used to do CrossFit, and she got injured doing CrossFit, and that's how she kind of got into cycling. But she got her first road bike only 5 years ago, so she really hasn't been into cycling that long. Relatively new to the sport, getting that first road bike 5 years ago, and just kind of moving up the rankings through the triathlons and everything that she's been doing. Even suffering a setback, Christy Tracy breaking her hip in January of 2019. So, you know, that's a serious injury that took probably a year to recover, and then a year of building back up, which you did with 2020, and paying dividends now because it's one of the strongest riders in the virtual race series. And I'm sure she's looking forward to getting back to like real triathlons outside to be able to test her fitness.
Yeah, if you can come back from a broken hip, you can do just about anything.
Yeah, I agree. You want to talk about mental toughness. I think coming back from an injury like that would require a lot of mental toughness. As we see Strehlau and Schaffen, they're on that uphill that we saw our leaders go through just a little bit ago. 7.5% grade, 16 kilometers per hour, but they're sticking together. Right now, these two riders decide to kind of ride with each other, try to get to the finish. 22 kilometers to go for them. Our leaders have a little bit less.
You can see these riders in the yellow Ceres power zone here. They have the chart up in the top left of the screen, a sliding scale from blue to red. And these riders sitting somewhere in between yellow and orange. Strehlau going into the red zone here. You'll see they don't spend a whole lot of time in the red zone. Most riders can't hold the highest level, what they call the pain threshold, for longer than like 10 or 15 seconds. So you'll just see those red bars briefly appear as riders go into the red zone. Got to be careful you don't do that too many times before you get to the finish, though, Frankie.
Yeah, it's like burning your matches. You're not going to have anything to light anything up if your matchbook is empty. And so that's the way you described it is pretty good. Is that pain cave for a short amount of time, and you know, every time you go into there, you kind of take away some of those energy reserves, and you're definitely going to need it. Going up to a mountaintop finish, you know, it's a long kind of drag going up to Mount Sequoyah, and it kicks up at certain portions that we saw. You know, we saw 15% showing up on the screen, and so that's a leg burner, and you're going to have to be able to save something in order to be able to get over that.
Laura Matson Co. straight chilling. And that's the advantage of understanding how this game works, how the drafting works, and how the physics are played. You can take these rests, and the best riders do. The smartest riders, the most efficient riders that we see will take the time to find these opportunities to just sort of reset, give your core a little bit of a break, just loosen up a little bit, make sure you're not tightening up on the bike. Got to take the opportunities when they come, and Laura Matson Co., as she's been called the master of the draft, I think Chris Naven called it. Certainly an efficient rider.
Yeah, very efficient, and just kind of, you know, right now the riders, they're just riding along. I mean, look at the watts, 160, 170 watts. That's nothing for them. And so there's a lot of coasting going on, and so they're starting, actually, you know, in a weird way, they're starting to cool down. The first part of the race, it was hard. They were nervous energy going hard, and so now, you know, if you're putting out under 200 watts, you're just kind of sitting on the trainer. You have the sweat on you. It's starting to cool off. You're not generating the heat necessary to be able to stay warm, and so that starts to create a little bit of a problem leading in towards the finish. So they're trying to stay as rested as possible. They're starting to cool down a little bit. There's still 20K to go, and they still have to get up the mountaintop finish. So a lot of factors they have to figure out right now during this, you know, last quarter of this race.
Seeing some gaps form in the front group, the top left picture. Stephanie Sidlick is the solo rider in the top right picture wearing the Canyon Esports kit. Next group of chasers in the bottom left, that's that 2-up group with Morgan Chafin. And then the third group of chasers in the bottom right of your screen right now, I think that would be the Bonacisi group. The other important thing to look at here, Frankie, is the team makeup. I see 2 insured pedal power riders, which I think is the only team in here with a pair of riders, right? Everyone else is alone? I don't think I see. Yeah,
I believe everybody else is alone.
Yeah.
Phil, you had mentioned in 2019, Chloe Dygert had won this. She won. Well, actually, she won the whole thing overall. But did she win on the Mount Sequoyah climb also?
Yeah, I believe so. I think she was trying to make up for her, and I'm putting thoughts out there. I'm not positive, but I think she was expecting to do better on Devil's Den. So she definitely kicked it in on Mount Sequoyah, and you could definitely pick her out coming up, her pink shoes, dancing on the pedals, getting up the hill.
Yeah, Chloe Dygert, obviously a very powerful rider. And so she was the winner overall in 2019. And just kind of going towards how the climbing prowess is kind of what started bringing these riders to the front in order to be able to win the overall at Joe Martin. Because if you look at the 2018 winner, it was Katie Hall, who's a very good climber. And then if you look at 2017, it's Ruth Winder. So once they kind of changed the way the course played out with having the mountaintop finish, that definitely changed who was able to be able to win the overall the Joe Martin stage race.
Yeah, I think that's the case, and the team tactics had to change too. Not all the teams could necessarily do what they wanted on the climbs. Everybody's got to be there and be able to put out their part.
Yeah, I guess there's a different element of racing too, guys, with sort of a change in team tactics, whereas in real life, I think a lot more riders would be locked into a support role, a domestique role, trying to save their energy to help another rider. But in virtual racing, you're kind of on your own. I mean, you can't do as much for a teammate on the virtual platforms as you can in real life. So a bigger advantage, I think, to having a squad in real life, and maybe this lets some of those riders off the leash a little bit in virtual racing, gives them a chance to sort of ride for themselves, whereas normally they would be riding in support of their teams in the real life Joe Martin stage race. All right, let's check back in with Bruce Dunn and Nancy Martin for a little bit more history on the Joe Martin stage race here.
So, Nancy, tell me, we share something in common, and that is clothing and the love for it. Tell me what you're doing these days.
Well, I had practiced law for 35 years and, I just was ready to move on. I'd done thousands of divorces. I mean, thousands. I mean, when you're in someone's house and you know more about the house than the person that owns it now, you've done enough divorces. That was sort of my, deal. I mean, I'd be in a house and I go, yeah, I know how much it costs. I know who bought it. I know what the mortgage is. And anyway, so I started, I'm totally self-taught. In year 2000, I tried a mail order catalog and I couldn't make as much money and I had to send my kids to college. So I gave it a whirl and it didn't work out. And I'm one of these people that says, at least you tried. Yeah. To me, I give effort 10 times. I say, maybe you weren't hugely successful, but you walk the walk. I mean, I think that's all part of life is walking the walk. So, and Joe and I were going to do cycling clothing because we couldn't find it back in the day. We actually went to market. We got Lycra. We were going to, which that never panned out either. So in 2012, I decided I was going to start manufacturing. So a friend of Lindsay's, my daughter-in-law, introduced me to a woman in New York who was in the business. And I just started, small manufacturing and just trying to figure it out. Yeah. And I was like, Joe, we were both clothes horses. Yeah. So anyway, long story short, I have some property down on the square in Bentonville and I opened a shop. I quit for practicing law and opened a shop in 2017, summer 2017. And now I'm producing a shirt line in Portugal. I've got a whole group of people over there that are working with me, a mill in northern Portugal. And I'm still producing in New York. A lot of that with COVID, of course, has been shut down. So that's my new, fading off into the sunset, just we've switched roles. Yeah. You're doing cycling and I'm doing clothes. I mean, that's really what we did. We switched. Yeah. And it's N.A. Martin, right? N.A. Martin. And I just, I've got an online site, namartin.com, but it just has my stuff on there. And really my goal, I know it's crazy because I know retail and retail too. I've had consults with you about retail. And, it's really hard right now with COVID and all different things, Amazon, whatever. But my goal is just to be one of the coolest shops in town. And that people say, if you went to Bentonville, Arkansas, you made a stop at N.A. Martin. Yeah. And that's, I think there's still room for that in the retail business. Absolutely. That's what every day I'm trying to come up with things that people don't have. And so my line of shirts have sold incredibly well. And I think that's because people say it's a local designer and she's doing it. And, and it's just, I can't get this, online. Yeah. Well, one thing, fading off in the sunset, that and Nancy Martin does not go together. Well, I know that. And well, when you met me, I didn't even have any gray hair, maybe a sprig. Yeah. So you'll be doing something passionate for the rest of your life. Well, I'm excited for all the stuff coming your way. The Worlds coming here now. I went to the Worlds in Colorado Springs in '86. The summer of '86, and that was at the Air Force Academy. Yeah, but that was road racing. Yeah. So all the events that you're doing, I mean, I applaud you, and I hope people will start to follow you and see what you're doing.
Well, you guys remember the Rafa Palace collab this year? How about the Bilko Nancy collab? I see that next on my radar.
I would do it with her for sure.
T-shirts, yeah.
Bilko, you in?
Of course. Nancy is so energetic and super cool and always friendly and outgoing that whatever she'd want to do, I'd back it for sure.
Yeah, what an interesting lady. What an amazing story of a life well lived, and certainly a doer getting the Joe Martin stage race underway.
I agree. Certainly seems to have a very creative and entrepreneurial streak in her, just starting things up. And so, pretty motivating being able to hear her story and see how it is. And she's talked about the 1986 World Championships. I was there. I wrote it. And, Wow. So maybe I just don't have as much gray hair as she does, but I don't know if I'm as old,
Well, she promoted a bike race. That'll give anyone gray hair real quick.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing with cyclists.
Right, exactly.
No, but I'm curious now. I mean, I'm going to go to the website namartin.com and check out the shirts. I mean, she's got me very much thinking about it. Well, right now, getting down to the nitty-gritty, 12.7 kilometers remaining as we have, looking at our first group right here, Tracy, Godby, Matson Co., Weissman, Double Hickok, and Wynn all in the front right there. Nobody's been able to break away from each other. All looking pretty comfortable. Again, look at Matson Co. barely pedaling. Godby spinning pretty darn good at about 90 RPMs. Christy Tracy looking very comfortable. Just Double Hickok on the very bottom, looking comfortable. Tracy's in the green jersey. Sorry. And then on the right hand corner, we see.
That's V-Win.
V-Win, excuse me, thank you. I drew a blank there, V-Win. Yeah, and I was curious, I'll have to talk with V-Win also. I talked about having that kinesio tape. It almost looks like it's not tapes. It almost looks like it's straps, like there to be able to hold her knees kind of straight. And so I'd be kind of curious about that setup. And so something I can follow up on a little bit later on to be able to figure out what those purple straps are on her legs. Or if somebody knows, feel free to send a message to wherever Brad tells you to send a message to.
Wherever it is on the internet, Brad's hanging out these days. Find Echelon Racing League on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. We're always watching those, or you can find me at Brad Soner on Twitter or Fakey Frankie. Bilko, are you on Twitter? I don't know if I follow you. I got to get you on my list. What's your Twitter handle?
P. Stevens Bilko, I think it is. I'm on it, but I don't use it that much. It's too easy to get sucked in and spend all day there, so it's one of those things I am careful about because it's too easy to get lost.
I hear that. Well, you're about to blow up because you just went to 104 followers with the addition of me, so congratulations.
Right on. I'll get your back.
We forgot about our lost Sidlick. Sorry, Bilko. Go ahead.
No, this is good. We're in
Sidlick riding solo off the back. This is another one of those stories where it's so easy to throw in the towel in this scenario, right? You're like, I lost contact. I'll just wait until the next group comes along and sit in with them. But Sidlick has not done that. I mean, she's been consistently putting in an effort here at right around 4.7 to 5 watts per kilogram on average. So Sidlick killing it out there today, making the best of a tough start.
She looks like she's just listening to some tunes. She's just got her tunes going. She's bopping back and forth, just kind of riding along. Yeah, she's about 1.6 kilometers off the back of the leader, so she's not going to get back up to them. She's got a pretty good gap on the chasers, but totally forgot that she was in that initial group of 7 and then came off and has been in no man's land now for at least 20 to 25 kilometers of racing as we one behind Sidlick, and now we're looking at Strelau, who's out here again in no man's land. I think Strelau actually dropped Chafin because Chafin used to be in front of Anna Strelau.
Yep. Strelau and Chafin were riding together, the Project Echelon and Velocity Vixen riders, but now it looks like Strelau has gone past Chafin, and Chafin's going to be all by herself now. Back to the familiar solo ride for Morgan Chafin. I think the only rider who's been out to out solo more than Stephanie Sidlick is Morgan Chafin today. This is the group that she's trying to stay away from. 2 teammates behind her with Rogers and Bonacisi. 3 with Rogers, McGregor, and Bonacisi back behind her. So a Velocity Vixen quad back here in 9, 10, 11, and 12. Nice job for these 3 riding together. I was talking earlier about how hard it is to do this, Frankie, to ride well in a group. But those 3 Velocity Vixen riders doing a great job with Bonacisi, McGregor, and Rogers doing a nice job sticking together.
Yeah, hopefully using the strengths of each other to be able to kind of whip through this race course and then once they're done, put the legs up, and obviously it's going to be super important after 2 hours of racing to get some fuel in them, being able to eat properly and be able to rest up. And tomorrow, a super hard criterium. It's got a, I don't know, man, it's probably a 10% grade, the kicker going up to the finish line in the criterium. A lot of corners, so it's technical, and every single lap, if you're going to be doing 20, 25 laps, you're going to have to be able to handle this uphill each and every time. And so challenging race course tomorrow, whereas, we haven't seen much of a change on GC yet, at least in the women's race or in the men's race. We saw a little bit of a shakeup with a 15 seconds being able to be taken back by Bruce Bird on Ben Thomas. But in the criterium tomorrow, we could see some time gaps. We could see some things opening up because of how twisty, technical, and how hard the hill is.
Yeah, that's for sure. But being tired and going into tomorrow, how well can you recover? And is that a place to gain back time, or is it just limit your losses? That's my question for our top riders.
Yeah, you see Lauren Matson-Coach handing off to be able to get another water bottle. Staying that hydrated is extremely important. She's got that towel over the back of her shoulders. Again, I think a lot of that is because they're not riding that hard right now. They're just kind of cruising along. She's been coasting a lot, trying to stay a little bit warm. Jackie Godby in the upper right-hand corner just turning the pedals over pretty good. So everybody looking very comfortable right now, waiting for that crunch time, which is going to come right at about, it'll be just after 10 kilometers to go as we start getting into the bottom portions of Mount Sequoyah.
Well, coming up on 8 kilometers to go. So cool to see the Experience Fayetteville billboard on the side of these RGT courses. Gives us a little taste of home, little taste of where we're hoping to get back to in 2021 and into 2022. I want to bring Bruce Dunn, our race director, back in because Bruce is getting ready to announce some very exciting news tomorrow. We've got a big announcement about new dates for Joe Martin Stage Race in 2021. Bruce, I have the fireworks ready, so whenever you're ready for the announcement, we're ready to go with that.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear. So new dates coming in. You guys are still hoping to do your in-person race here in 2021.
Yeah, in-person race. Let's announce it between the men's and women's race tomorrow. How about that? I'll give you one little hint. It has an A as the first letter of the month.
Annuary.
Exactly.
Hey, Bruce.
Hey,
go ahead.
When I come back in my next life, I want to be Nancy Martin. She is so
I know,
cool.
right? What a fascinating woman, a fascinating story, fascinating life. I didn't realize you guys had so much in common, though. It sounds like you could still live the Nancy Martin dream, Bruce. It's not too late for you.
I can't wait until I grow up and I can become Nancy Martin. She is tireless. She's, just a major supporter, one of my greatest cheerleaders. I wouldn't be here without her. There's no doubt about it.
And Bruce, you talked about the Martin family. I mean, their kids are still part of the race. In fact, you told a story in the interview. We haven't played it yet today, but they actually came back and worked the race. Tell that story again, if you would.
Yeah, so John, was so young when his father passed away that he didn't get to know what they did. And so he asked his mom about race production, and she said, "You just got to go volunteer." And quite frankly, the first year he volunteered, I basically kind of put him off because I was being so respectful. And Nancy said, "No, you put him to work." So the next year he went all in. 16, 18-hour days. And he and now his wife, Lindsay, have come back. Sarah, his sister as well, and her husband has volunteered. It's just a great family affair.
It's the best way to learn, I guess, best way to truly understand what goes into to putting on an event here. Bruce, I know you have an incredible team down there in Fayetteville that helps make it happen. A lot of volunteers. The support from the city is huge. I know it's tough kind of being away from your crew, separated from your crew this year, but I hope you guys have found some ways to connect, and I'm sure you're looking forward to getting back with your Joe Martin family in 2021 here.
Yeah, the race committee is probably a little tired of my I have the water's glass, the glass of water's half full, and emails that I'm just consistently hitting them with. But I'm ready for our first Zoom committee meeting, and then our first in-person committee meeting. There's almost 35 people, and it's amazing. They'll take 4 or 5 days out of their life to come promote this race.
Pretty incredible group. Almost time to get back to work. Bruce, thank you so much. We are within 7 kilometers to our finish, so we're going to let you go as we shift our focus back to the front of the group here, still together with Godby leading the way, the pointy end of this group, but it is a powder keg situation right now, Frankie. It's only a matter of time before someone hits out from this group, because there's no way that all 6 of these riders want to go to the line together. So the question is, who will be the first to go out of this group? Who's going to try and go over the top of Jackie Godby, or does Godby get ahead of all of them and launch the first attack?
Look at Godby just turning the legs over, spinning like mad. I think she's going to set the tempo that she's comfortable with and try to follow anybody that goes up the road. Last time on Oak Glen, Double Hickok struck out, did a great ride, very powerful ride, but Godby was able to respond to it and just beat her in the sprint. And so I think the riders are going to wait for a kicker. They're going to wait for it to go uphill, and I think they're going to attack each other on the next kind of little rise in the road before they get into the finish line. So, but kilometers starting to dwindle down right now as Christy Tracy is just riding tempo, finds herself on the front, and all the rest of the riders falling in line.
This is where you start to see some cracks in the foundation when you get these little uphill kicks in the road. You can see who's starting to struggle, because you'll typically see them drop off the back and then they have to go even deeper to chase back on. So this is a good little bit of intel right now to look at, not at the riders riding on the front, but who's suffering, who might be in trouble at the back. I didn't see a ton of weakness from anyone this time up, but we'll start seeing it. We'll start seeing the gaps getting bigger and bigger. The response time gets slower and slower for those riders that are having trouble staying in contact here.
Incredible
Almost
ride
a weird
by
scenario.
Vei Nguyen. Just do Vei Nguyen. Yeah, it is. It is. It's a very different scenario. Exactly. And so, it's the virtual world. I think with putting out the watts and staying with the group and the speeds being high, it's very different where you don't see, attacks being launched and guys like, going up the road and then coming back and other guys going up the road with the counter attacks. You almost don't have counter attacks. You have like attack and you have follow, or you have just keep up with the group. So in that aspect, it's different than in real life racing. But I was going to say, it's just so impressive. Vei Nguyen looks so comfortable riding up here with, the best virtual riders in the world. And I can say that honestly, because, some of these riders have been 4th in the eSport World Championships, 5th in the eSport World Championships, like Double Hickok and Jackie Godby, both of them super riders, as Lauren Matson-Co also was part of that eSport World Championships team. So this is a who's who of virtual racers, and Vei Nguyen just sitting right in, looking very comfortable right now.
Now Nguyen even putting on the pressure a little bit here up at the front. There's a look at your Team USA roster for the Esports World Championships, and you'll see a lot of familiar names on that one, including Laura Matson-Co. A lot of these riders have made stops in the Echelon Racing League at some point. But, 4 of them in this breakaway right here with Chris Double Hickok, Jackie Godby, Christy Tracy, and Laura Matson-Co.
Yeah, that's a who's who of a list. We need to highlight Lauren Matson-Co on that little list right there, put her in yellow also. So strong riders in the front group, and this is why, the top 7 in the time trial, top 6 in the time trial from yesterday are the top 6 in this group, as they're all kind of marking each other right now. 4.2 kilometers to go, and so we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Things are going to start kicking up. The grade is going to start kicking up. Double Hickok finding herself on the back right now, but look at her in the camera, no panic at all, just kind of pacing herself, just following and waiting. And I think right now it's a waiting game.
Yeah, unless you're willing to attack here, there's really nothing else you can do than just sit in. And I think there's kind of a standoff scenario where everyone's looking around. That's lowering the overall power of this group because they're all just waiting for that big attack, and that probably means that they're all waiting for Jackie Godby to try to launch something here. Godby,
And
even
if we go
though
back to
she should be on the defensive, I mean, she's not afraid to launch attacks, right? I mean, even though she's got that big target on her back, she'll still get aggressive and be the first to attack.
She might wait just a little bit longer, but yeah, I agree with you. She's not afraid to attack. She's gonna ride her tempo, and if somebody attacks, she'll be the first one to go after them. And if nobody attacks, she'll just lay it out on the line and just waiting for that sprint. Lauren Matson-Coe would love for this to come down to a sprint. She has a very good sprint. She's got speed, so this would be an ideal situation for Lauren Matson-Coe. But I was gonna say we're getting down to around 3 kilometers, and right at around the 3 kilometer mark is where Bruce Bird, who won the men's race, launched his attack. It wasn't on an uphill. It wasn't on a downhill. It was on a gradual false flat. Caught a lot of people relaxing, catching their breath, and that's when Bird got away and was able to hold off that last 2.5 kilometers to the finish. So will we see something similar? Because I'm sure a lot of the women watched the men's race. They saw how it played out. Maybe they took some cues from that.
Yeah, interesting. The Bird methodology from somewhere between 3 and 3.5K to go. They should be hitting the 3K marker here pretty soon. I think a lot of Bird's success came from the right reaction from the field, where they were a little bit hesitant to chase him down early on. That allowed him to build a huge lead early on. But I think this group is going to be much more hyper-focused on each other. It'll be a lot tougher for a group to get away out of this group of 6, since they've been watching each other for the better part of the last hour of racing here. So it's going to be tough for these riders to get away. I don't think we see the same Bruce Bird scenario playing out, as our leaders just went under 3K to go.
Coming back towards our lead group, 31 kilometers per hour, gradual uphill, 1.6% slope, so not much, almost like a false flat. Godby setting out that tempo, 3.2 watts per kilogram, a little bit lower than what she normally does, especially with a 1% upgrade. Normally she's like, again, she can ride 4.1 all day long, so just kind of focused, staring at that screen, just kind of waiting to see who's going to go, when she's going to make her mark. A little bit of tactics and strategy having to take place right now, leading in towards that final 3 kilometers up towards the finish.
I saw one rider slipping off the front. I think that might have been Krista Doble-Hickok. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Doble-Hickok going to be the first to hit out here as they start lighting the matches at 2.4K to go, and Krista Doble-Hickok is the first one to do it.
First one to attack. Rule number 1, never attack on the downhill. Hickok attacked just at the top of that one climb. Now here's the grade that Bird had to be able to get over. 7.5% going uphill. It's gone down to 2%. Doble-Hickok deciding to strike out. This is what she did on Oak Glen, trying to be able to wear down everybody, and it's exactly what she did. It was mission accomplished. She shredded everybody off the back of the group going up to Oak Glen for the Redlands race. Can she do the same thing here?
Didn't get any space that time. No daylight for Krista Doble-Hickok. And now we wait for round 2. You can see the profile up in the top right of this screen. They are just about to start the real difficult part of this climb. You can really see it well on RGT, just how steep this is at 2K to go.
A little bit of pressure coming from Vei Win right now on the front. Talked about the sprint. I was talking about the sprint that Lauren Matson-Coe is available to do. I can't rule out Jackie Godby either. She's so powerful. Godby has a very good sprint also, but this is the 16% grade. Doble-Hickok now on the front, trying to be able to string it out. She knows she has to take advantage of this opportunity, and look at the numbers, 8.3, 7.3 watts per kilogram, and it's Matson-Coe that is responding.
Well, this is perfect for Doble Hickok, a in real life climber for the rally cycling team. She gets to apply that finally to virtual racing here with a little bit of a longer, tougher climb here at the end of this one. 2 kilometers, about a 10% average gradient on the way up is perfect for someone like Krista Doble Hickok. But this one is going to start separating out, Frankie. This group of 6, this will probably be the last time that we see them all together, because this one's going to start coming unglued off the back. Looks like Wiseman already starting to get into some trouble there in the dark blue jersey of the Amy D Foundation. Look at a gap opening up as Godby goes across the gap to Doble Hickok now.
A little bit of deja vu taking place right there as Godby goes up to Doble Hickok. This is how it played out for Oak Glen. Godby getting the better of it, but Doble Hickok going down, laying down her cards once again, just trying to get to the top of this thing. Then it's going to be a time trial mode, but Lauren Matson-Coe doing a fantastic ride. And again, you talked about it. We don't see Godby get out of the saddle very often. She gets out of the saddle when it's serious, and right now it is deadly serious as she's trying to get onto the back of the wheel of Doble Hickok.
Doble Hickok has a nice gap here. Godby in trouble, but not panicking yet. You can see on the cameras Godby still in the saddle. Got plenty of time to make the catch on Doble Hickok, and then Laura Matson-Coe going to follow up behind them, sitting in third. Doble Hickok coming up to 1K to go. Matson-Coe might be able to catch the wheel of Godby here, but still an uphill drag. Look at the difference in power zones. Doble Hickok in the red. Godby just going into the red now after spending some time in the orange, and now KDH going to hit 1K to go.
Yeah, 1 kilometer to go. KDH 7.0 watts per kilogram. So 7 watts per kilogram. Godby at 6.2. That's the difference right now. Has a gap. Unbelievable. Christy Tracy just a little bit further back trying to be able to come up. But Lauren Matson-Coe doing an incredible ride coming by Godby. Godby continues out of the saddle. But this is the victory that Krista Doble Hickok has been looking for. It has not worked out for her so far in the virtual world, getting beaten repeatedly in the sprint, some of the uphills, the time trials, but now she has put it all together right now. She's in the final 500 meters. She just has to hold off a chasing duo of Godby and Matson-Coe.
Going, gone for Krista Doble Hickok as she drops Godby like a rock on the way up to the line here. Doble Hickok continuing to grow her lead past 70 meters now to 80 meters back to Godby. Godby and Matson-Coe going to link up here, and I think they've thrown in the towel on Chris Doble Hickok. This is now a race for second between Matson-Coe and Godby here.
Well, one thing, Godby doesn't have to worry very much about Doble Hickok because that's 40 seconds down. Doble Hickok had a decent time trial, not a great time trial, so she's 40 seconds down in the GC. They don't want her to get too big of a gap because you got to be able to stay on there, but for Doble Hickok, it is going to be all smiles. She has been waiting and waiting to get the victory on one of these virtual races, and it's played out perfectly with 150 meters to go.
Oh, and we lost the camera just as she goes to the line, but I think she realizes that she has done it as Krista Doble Hickok will finally get the win here in the Echelon Racing League, and it comes at the Joe Martin stage race as Doble Hickok climbs to the top of Mount Sequoyah to take stage 2. Matson-Coe almost made it up to her. Wow.
Holy
I did
cow.
not think Matson-Coe was going to get that close at the line, but boy, if this was another 100 meters longer, I think Matson-Coe would have got Doble Hickok on the line. But Doble Hickok holds on. Godby takes third. Wiseman comes in for fourth. And Christy Tracy going to end up 5th place on the day today.
What a sprint by Matson-Coe to be able to take out that much time. But pretty impressive. Matson-Coe only needed about 16 seconds to be able to take over the lead from Godby. So I don't think she had that much.
Congrats.
Doble Hickok all smiles right now. So that's fantastic to be able to see. This is a victory that she's been waiting for, and she really timed it perfectly this time. So I believe Vay Wynn is going to be 6th place, right behind Christy Tracy, as we see Stephanie Sidlick. She's ridden the last 40 probably kilometers all by herself as Sidlick's making her way up. It's going to be a great ride by her. putting in a 7th place, 1 kilometer to go. She had a top 10 in the time. Actually, she was 2nd in the time trial. She was incredibly strong in the time trial. And Sidlick now finishing up on 7th. So she's obviously going to drop in the general classification as we take another look here at Anna Strehlau.
All right, as Strehlau works
Wisconsin.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, that's it.
Makes sense. One of the Project Echelon riders, that squad based up in Wisconsin, where their team founder, Eric Hill, is from. All right, let's see if we can grab a word with our race winner, Krista Doble-Hickok.
Krista, congratulations. Can you hear us first off?
Yeah, all good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Your first virtual victory, almost a year since we started this whole virtual racing thing. Congratulations. I mean, does it feel as good as it looks? That's got to be a good feeling to finally get a win after as much virtual racing as you've done.
Especially because yesterday, like, I was pretty excited and had high hopes for the time trial because it's uphill, and I did really, by my standards, pretty well at Joe Martin last year in the time trial. It's a bit of a power climb, but yeah, I was 7th yesterday, and like I know I can do higher power than I did, so I was pretty frustrated. And it's really easy when you're like that to be like, oh, this is all stupid and whatever, it doesn't matter because it's stupid. And so today I like was able to get to where like I was really excited to race again, and was like, no, it's not stupid because I need to do my best. And today I rode like the way that I should. I was really patient and saved energy when I should be. RGT, the physics are very different from Zwift, and yeah, you have to learn and have the confidence that you can be a little bit at the back and be okay, because that's massive savings in the draft. So it was just like really good to, I told my dad, he's here watching for the last 2 hours. I told him with like 5 miles to go, I said, it's really cool because I'm really excited for the finish. Like, I don't know what I'm excited for because I think I'm going to be 6th out of 6, but I'm excited just to use the draft in and then see what I can do. And that's exactly what I did. So that's why I'm really happy.
Dad power paid off today. We were talking about.
Say hi.
Yeah, let's get Dad in the shot. I want to say hi to Dad. Right on.
Yeah.
Happy for that one.
He's always here watching, and my aunt's always watching the live feed. And yeah, we have a good time. Not every day, but it's been a really good series and fun way to spend the, I was gonna say off season, but the awkward season. So, and we just got race invites for Plush and Liege, and so yeah, like that's really exciting too. And yeah, I think this will really help me. So it's good.
It's been a good
Is there an
experience.
element of fatigue in virtual racing? I mean, we were talking about the fatigue of a stage race, 3 days of racing, but it's sort of uncharted territory with how you plan for a virtual season. I mean, is there burnout that happens in virtual racing after basically a year of pandemic now?
Yeah, it's interesting. So a lot of people have expressed concern that, oh, you're racing and then it's going to be a long season into October. And yeah, if I've finished a season burned out, it hasn't been because I was over raced. So and I've been doing this since 2012. So maybe after 10 years, it'll finally be the year, but I don't think so for me. Like, I need to have a focus, and I need to have something that tells me, like, we got to show up every day and, like, give our best, whatever that is, whether it's recovery day or hard training or race. Like, we got to stay on track because there's always something important just a week away or 2 weeks away. So, yeah, it helps me just kind of take it piece by piece and make sure every day and every week and every month matters. And then opportunities will come, and I can be confident that I'll be ready.
And I have to imagine for a winner at heart like you, getting these little wins along the way is a big part of keeping that motivation going.
Yeah, I don't get a lot of wins. I get a lot of fourths and a few seconds. I really think I can count on one hand the number of wins. But this one was one of the few ones where I didn't think I could win at all. I thought I was really counting. I told my dad, so I really hope like I'd just be one person because I'm always the last out of the group. But I had a very clear plan of what I wanted to do and what I expected of myself and the effort that I expected of myself. So yeah, to execute on that and then see when I do everything right, like I had my hydration down, my nutrition down, I use the draft properly, when I do everything right and just give it everything I have at the end, then yeah, once in a while those wins, even if it's just a stage win, will come. So I'm really happy with my frame of mind in the race, and I'm really happy with my effort, and to see that those things can come together and I can get a win, whether that's virtual or on the road. It's just like, it's motivating because it's like, yeah, keep working on those things.
Well, it all came together today. Congratulations, Krista. Krista Doble-Hickok, your winner today on stage 2 of the virtual Joe Martin stage race.
Thanks.
Man, what a weight off the shoulders, Frankie, after an entire season of chasing those wins as a professional that came for the road. I mean, someone that made her paycheck racing her bike for rally, and then the wins eluding her in virtual racing to finally get it today. That feels good. I mean, that's a confirmation that, yeah, I can do this virtual racing thing.
Yeah, huge confirmation. It's amazing. I mean, she's such a huge physical talent. And it was interesting how much the mental part is important to her and staying focused and having everything right. And so I thought that was pretty interesting in listening to her interview about the mental part and how she kind of has to get psyched up for certain things and making it all pay off because everything is set up right for her to be able to take the win. But, you know, she's a big talent on the road and she's a big talent in the virtual world. And so it was a well-deserved win for Krista Doble-Hickok.
All right, meanwhile, watching our top 10 riders on the way in, we just saw Anna Strelo, here we go, in 8th place, and then Chafin and Rogers behind her working out 9th and 10th place. So Strelo going to hit the line together. Sorry, Bonus Cece moving up here.
For all these riders, this has been a long day out on the road. I mean, 2 hours and 10 minutes on the trainer, kind of, you know, rolling 3,000 feet of climbing. Not an easy race course at all. Finishing up in a mountaintop finish on Mount Strelo. A tough day for the second day of the virtual Joe Martin.
All right, so Strelo going to hit the line in 8th. Bonus CC will be next in for 9th at 350 meters. And then Rogers and McGregor going to work out the last spot inside the top 10 here. Phil, as we await our final riders to start making their way into the line, it's time to start thinking about where we're going to dinner in virtual Fayetteville. One of the cool parts about the race, you get to try all the local food, brews, coffee, wine, whatever you're into. I know we talked about the craft cocktail bar, but where are you taking Frankie and I to dinner tonight in virtual Fayetteville?
I'm not sure. I haven't thought about food yet. I'm still concentrating on the racing that we just saw. I forget the last time.
Professional.
Yeah, I forgot the last time where we went, Frankie, with Holmes. So
it was that bar off of Noble Street. I don't remember what it was. I have no idea what the name of it. But you talked about that hamburger place that you have to go downstairs, knock 3 times on a door, wink, wink. I'll go there.
Hugo.
Sounds pretty good.
Hugo's. But I think we went to the East Side Grill. Was where we went and hung out and had a few beverages and got to decompress a little bit. But you got to get ready for tomorrow. That Experience Fayetteville Criterium is going to be the showstopper here.
I love the crit course that we have on tap tomorrow. It's such a unique course, Phil. We talked about it's not your typical flat 4-corner criterium. Really going to test the handling ability of riders.
Yeah, it's kind of a figure 8 L shape, multiple corners, 1.2 mile course. There's the downhill section isn't a downhill where you get to rest. It's a recovery zone barely because the uphill is so hard, especially as the laps start to pile up. I think it's definitely one of the harder crit courses in the country, and it'll be interesting how it plays out here virtually.
Well, for the Criterium riders, they're going to have plenty more opportunities for crits. This was really one of our last difficult road races in the Echelon Racing League. The Criterium tomorrow, February 7th. Then we're headed to Indy Crit February 20th. February 21st is the Dirty Reaver, the new RGT course that they added to this weekend to give another day of racing for the riders doing the Indy Crit. And then Tour of America's Dairyland, 4 days of Criterium racing to wrap up this year's Echelon Racing League. That'll be March 11th through 14th. 14th. So, Frankie, hard to believe we are getting down to the end of virtual racing season here as we get ready to wrap up the year at the Tour of America's Dairyland. Taking a look at our results from today. Chris Double Hickok getting the win out there with Laura Matson Co. coming in just 1.8 seconds behind Krista Double Hickok. I did not think that it was going to be that close when Double Hickok hit the line.
No, me neither. I thought I thought Double Hickok had like a 10-second cushion, could have sat up, posted up, relaxed, and come across the line. And that's like the perfect lesson. You got to pedal all the way to the line because Matson Co. came flying up. And so did not expect that also. But I talked about what a good sprinter she is. And Lauren Matson Co. just proved that, finishing in front of Jacqueline Godby, Eleanor Weisman with a great ride, Christy Tracy also. And honestly, I'm very impressed with they win, finishing up in 6th.
Well, keep an eye on those names because the racing continues tomorrow for the Experience Fayetteville Criterium for the last day of the virtual Joe Martin stage race. That's going to do it for today's coverage. For Phil Stevens and Frankie Andreu, my name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching. 11 o'clock tomorrow, 11 o'clock Eastern, the start time for our pro men in the Joe Martin virtual stage race for the Criterium. We'll see you there.